All right, hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to learn about the Firebase developer platform. Firebase is a great mobile and web application development platform, which will provide tremendous advantage to developers and significantly simplifies your work or their work in case you don't happen to be a developer. All in favor of that? So a little bit of history. Firebase was first established in 2011 by the Firebase company. So naming it was a natural fit. So anyway, their goal was to help developers add online chat features to their websites. But then in 2014, an interesting thing happened. It got purchased by Google. So now we get the Google Cloud Platform. This is Google's offering to developers a multifunctional platform combining Firebase with other services such as AdMob and Google Ads. In fact, the Firebase platform is currently used by more than 1.5 million applications with 18 different services. Still intensely popular, but I would like to also briefly mention the services that Firebase offers to developers and the advantages it will provide. So one of the most important features of Firebase is its ability to work on all platforms. So in other words, Android, iOS, website developers can all use Firebase services in common. Now, this feature gives developers a great advantage. For example, Firebase offers real-time database service. Once the database is created, iOS developers and Android developers can also use the same database. Thus, you can develop simultaneous applications on all platforms. So here, thanks to the real-time database, the data in the application can be updated without the need to close the application or update it some other way. For example, you can develop an application like Google Drive with Firebase. You can upload users' files to the server from iOS devices, Android devices, or computers, and then access them from all of those devices. Now, of course, there are hundreds more examples like this. But one of the other features that Firebase provides to developers is that it automates authentication processes. So as an Android application developer, you can easily add the features of logging into your application by mail and phone number without having to know the server management, right? And without dealing with any back-end processes. Of course, you can enable users to log into your applications with their Google account or social media accounts like Facebook, GitHub, and Twitter, whatever. Being able to use these features in your applications, it takes your application to higher professional levels. All right, so enough with the incentivization. But did you also know that you can send notifications to users who download your application via Firebase? Or, thanks to the file storage service of Firebase, you can enable users to keep media files such as music and pictures and videos online and then access them from all kinds of different platforms. Now, in addition to all this, thanks to the file storage service, you can develop applications such as listening to music and watching videos without taking up space on the user's device. So Firebase serves developers in many other areas as well, and you can use all of these services for free until they reach a very high number of users. So this makes Firebase unique for developers. Of course, besides all of these advantages, we could talk about data filtering, which is perhaps, in my opinion, one of the most important disadvantages of Firebase. Now, if you've ever worked with a SQL database, you're going to know that many different queries are made, often at the same time. But in Firebase, you either use real-time database or Firestore as your database. So in both of these databases, the data is stored as JSON. So the main problem with that is the lack of querying skills. You cannot query multiple keys at once, and there's no method to filter the data. So the entire database is a JSON file, unlike the storage format of SQL. The format also eliminates the possibility of modeling the data. But apart from the limited data query, Firebase's Android centricity, and less support for iOS compared to Android, according to developers' experience, that could also be counted among disadvantages, but you know what? That's a personal perspective. Okay, so before we finish out the lesson here, I just want to talk briefly about the working logic of Firebase. So when you're producing an idea for an application, be it an iOS app, Android app, web app, or a combination of all three, there is an enormous number of questions that you find yourself trying to answer, right? How is the data going to be handled? Where are the files and the static assets going to be hosted? What about APIs? Authentication? How is analytics going to be addressed? Can the app scale as it gets bigger? Well, what does all this even mean? Well, now we've got a comprehensive development platform offered by Google. Firebase was created to help build apps fast without worrying too much about any of that underlying server infrastructure stuff. So in other words, unlike traditional app development, which typically involves coding both front-end and back-end software, where the front-end part invokes API endpoints exposed by the back-end that in turn handles the business logic, Firebase does things a little differently in that it bypasses all that back-end and puts the work directly into the client. So, the cloud services offered by Firebase are fully maintained and operated by Google, while providing developers with client SDKs, or software development kits, that they can then leverage to tap directly into these services. All right? So does that get your mind going a little bit about the possibilities, what we can do with Firebase platform? So what we'll do is take a short break, and then when we come back in the next video, we're going to continue to learn about some of the other services offered by Firebase. So stick around. I'll see you in the next lesson. All right. Hello, my friends. So right now, I want to introduce you to some of the other products offered by this Firebase platform. I told you before, it makes work of developers so much easier with many services it provides, from Firebase database to authentication, from cloud storage to push notifications. So what are these products that Firebase offers to us? Well, I'll take a quick look. Now, it's possible to examine Firebase product basically in three groups. There's build products, release monitor products, and engage products. So we'll take them in turn. So with the build products, we can develop powerful applications and speed up back-end processes without managing servers. Build products include Cloud Firestore, real-time database, cloud storage, authentication, cloud functions, machine learning, hosting. Let's have a look at each of these, huh? Firebase authentication. So most apps need to know the identity of a user. All right, knowing a user's identity allows an app to securely save user data in the cloud and provide the same personalized experience across all of the user's devices. So Firebase authentication provides back-end services, easy-to-use SDKs, and ready-made UI libraries to authenticate users to your app. It supports authentication using passwords, phone numbers, popular federated identity providers like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and more. Firebase authentication integrates tightly with other Firebase services as well. And it leverages industry standards like OAuth 2.0 and OpenID Connect, so it can easily be integrated with your custom backend. Another build product is Firebase Real-Time Database. So the Firebase Real-Time Database is a cloud-hosted database. Data is stored as JSON and synchronized in real time to every connected client. So when you build cross-platform apps with Firebase's Apple platforms, Android, and JavaScript SDKs, all your clients share one real-time database instance and automatically receive updates with the newest data. Another build product is Cloud Firestore. So Cloud Firestore is a flexible, scalable database for mobile, web, and server development from Firebase and Google Cloud. Like Firebase Real-Time Database, it keeps your data in sync across client apps through real-time listeners and offers offline support for mobile and web, so you can build responsive apps that work regardless of network latency or internet connectivity. Cloud Firestore also offers seamless integration with other Firebase and Google Cloud products, including Cloud Functions. Another build product is Cloud Storage. Cloud storage for Firebase is built for app developers who need to store and serve user-generated content, such as photos or videos. Cloud storage for Firebase is a powerful, simple, and cost-effective object storage service built for Google scale. The Firebase SDKs for cloud storage add Google security to file uploads and downloads for your Firebase apps, regardless of network quality. In fact, you can use cloud storage SDKs to store images, audio, and video, or other user-generated content. Now, another build product is Firebase Machine Learning. Firebase Machine Learning is a mobile SDK that brings Google's machine learning expertise to Android and Apple apps in a powerful yet easy-to-use package. So whether you're new or experienced in machine learning, you can implement the functionality that you need in just a few lines of code. There's no need to have a deep knowledge of neural networks or model optimization to get started. But on the other hand, if you are an experienced ML developer, Firebase ML provides convenient APIs that help you use your custom TensorFlow Lite models in your mobile apps. Whoa. So, another build product is Firebase Hosting. Firebase Hosting provides fast and secure hosting for your web app, static and dynamic content, and microservices. Firebase Hosting is a production-grade web content hosting for developers. With a single command, you can quickly deploy web apps and serve both static and dynamic content to a global CDN, or Content Delivery Network. You can also pair Firebase Hosting with Cloud Functions or Cloud Run to build and host microservices on Firebase. So the last build product that we're going to look at is Cloud Functions. Cloud Functions for Firebase is a serverless framework that lets you automatically run back-end code in response to events triggered by Firebase and HTTPS requests. Your JavaScript or your TypeScript code is stored in Google's cloud and runs in a managed environment, so there's no need to manage and scale your own servers. So my friends, these are the Firebase products that we can define under this build title. Sounds pretty good so far, but we're only scratching the surface. Let's have a look at the Firebase products under the Release Monitor title. Now, with Release Monitor products, we can improve app quality in less time with less effort. We can simplify testing, triaging, and troubleshooting. So this Release Monitor products, well, these include Crashalytics, Performance Monitoring, Test Lab, App Distribution. All right, so let's briefly get into these. Firebase Crashalytics. So this Firebase Crashalytics is a lightweight but real-time crash reporter that helps you track, prioritize, and fix stability issues that erode your app quality. Crashalytics saves you troubleshooting time by intelligently grouping crashes and highlighting the circumstances that lead up to them. With Firebase Crashalytics, we can find out if a particular crash is impacting a lot of users. We can also get alerts when an issue suddenly increases in severity, and we can also figure out which lines of code are causing crashes. Another Release Monitor product is Performance Monitoring. Firebase Performance Monitoring is a service that helps you gain insight into performance characteristics of your Apple, Android, and web apps. You can use the Performance Monitoring SDK to collect performance data from your app, then view and analyze that data in Firebase Console. Performance monitoring also helps you to understand in real time where the performance of your app can be improved, so that you can use that information to fix any performance issues. Now, another Release Monitor product is Test Lab. Firebase Test Lab is a cloud-based app testing infrastructure that lets you test your app on a range of devices and configurations so you can get a better idea of how it's going to perform in the hands of live users. And the last Release Monitor product is App Distribution. Right? So Firebase App Distribution makes distributing your apps to trusted testers painless. By getting your apps into testers' devices quickly, you can get feedback early and often, which is always the best kind of feedback. And if you use Crashalytics in your apps, you'll automatically get stability metrics for all your builds, so you know when you're ready to ship. So my friends, there you have it. These are the Firebase products that we can define under the Release Monitor title. But now I want to have a look at the Firebase products under this Engage title. So what the heck is that? Well, with these Engage products, we can boost our user engagement with rich analytics, A/B testing, and messaging campaigns. We can understand our users to better support and retain them. We can customize our app for different user segments. So these Engage products include Google Analytics, Remote Config, A/B testing, cloud messaging, in-app messaging, and dynamic links. So we're going to briefly take a look at each of these products. So first up is Google Analytics. So at the very heart of Firebase is Google Analytics. It's an unlimited analytics solution available at no charge. Analytics integrates across Firebase features and provides you with unlimited reporting for up to 500 distinct events that you can define using the Firebase SDK. Analytics reports help you understand clearly how your users behave, which enables you to make more informed decisions regarding app marketing and performance optimizations. Another Engage product is Remote Config. Firebase Remote Config is a cloud service that lets you change the behavior and appearance of your app without requiring users to download an app update. So in using Remote Config, you create in-app default values that control the behavior and appearance of your app. Then you can later use Firebase Console or the Remote Config backend APIs to override in-app default values for all app users or for just segments of your user base. Yeah, you heard me. Your app controls when updates are applied, and it can frequently check for updates and apply them with a negligible impact on performance. So another Engage product is A/B testing. So it's powered by Google Optimize. Firebase A/B testing helps you optimize your app experience by making it easier to run, analyze, and scale product and marketing experiments. It gives you the power to test changes on your app's UI, features, or engagement campaigns. And then you'll be able to see if they actually move the needle on your key metrics, like revenue and retention, before you roll them out widely. So A/B testing works with FCM, so you can test different marketing messages, and with Remote Config, you can also test changes within your app. Another Engage product is Cloud Messaging. Firebase Cloud Messaging, or FCM, is a cross-platform messaging solution that lets you reliably send messages at no cost. So by using FCM, you can notify a client app that a new email or other data is available to sync. You can then send notification messages to drive user re-engagement and retention. For use cases such as instant messaging, a message can transfer a payload of up to 4,000 bytes to a client app. Another Engage product is in-app messaging. Engage active app users with contextual messages. Now, Firebase in-app messaging also helps you to engage with your app's active users by sending them targeted contextual messages that encourage them to use key app features. For example, you could send an in-app message to get users to subscribe, watch a video, complete a level, or buy an item. You can customize messages such as cards and banners, modals, or images, and set up triggers so that they appear exactly when they'd benefit your users most. With in-app messaging, you can highlight a sale or coupon in your e-commerce app, give clues or tips in your game, or prompt a like or share in your social media app. So my friends, yeah, there you go. We've got a brief overview of what the basic services that are offered to us by Firebase and what their purposes are. Now, of course, it's impossible to fit these services into any kind of comprehensive sentence because all of them are subjects by themselves, and we need to really examine them separately. Therefore, we're going to take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to talk about Firebase's pricing policy. Stick around. I'll see you then. All right. Hello, dear friends. We are back. And previously, I've briefly introduced the products offered by Firebase. So what I want to do now is talk about Firebase's pricing policy and limits. Now, one of the things that people are curious about Firebase is wait a minute, is it paid? Is it free? What do I got to do to use Firebase? And I can say this to you directly. You can use Firebase for free at the beginning. So I say at the beginning because Firebase sets some quotas and limits on the projects that you can develop. And if you don't actually exceed the quotas, then you can use Firebase for free. However, if you do exceed the specified quotas, a price tariff is applied according to the amount that you use. So I want to elaborate on that a little bit. So currently, there are two pricing plans in Firebase. First of these is the free plan that we call Spark. Now, as soon as you start Firebase, you are using Spark, right? The Spark plan is a great place to develop your app for free. You get all the free Firebase features, such as real-time database, analytics, notification generator, Crashlytics, etc. And you've got plenty of paid infrastructure features as well, which you're not actually allowed to use, just the Google Cloud features in the Spark plan, all right? So that's where the delineation is. Now, Firebase's other pricing plan is the Blaze plan, keeping with the metaphor, I guess. So in the Blaze plan, when you exceed the specified limit, you just pay as much as you use within the determined price point. So the Blaze plan is designated for production applications. The Blaze plan also lets you extend your app with paid Google Cloud features, so you only pay for the resources that you consume, allowing you to scale with demand. Okay, so that is Spark and Blaze. Now let's examine these two plans in a little bit more detail because we've got this Firebase documentation. So after opening firebase.google.com in your browser, well, if you click on the pricing tab from the top menu up here, well, you can access the page where Firebase's pricing plans are explained in detail. So as you see, there's a table with 3 columns that's been created. And this table includes the products of Firebase and their pricing plans, Spark and Blaze. Now, as you can see from this table, we can learn which products are free in both plans or which products are free up to which limit and how much after you meet that limit. For example, while products such as analytics and A/B testing are free in both plans, well, there's no fee charge for 10,000 verifications per month in the authentication product, while there is a price point of 1 cent, which is applied for each verification above 10,000 verifications for US, Canada, and India. A price point of 6 cents is also applied for these other countries. Now, if you are going to use Firebase's authentication service in your app, you will need to consider that. Of course, you can examine all the other products in detail here, but I just want to examine the Cloud, Firestore, and Real-Time Database, which are pretty much the most used products of Firebase. So for this, if you just scroll down the page a little bit, because here's the Blaze plan calculator, and we can review it more easily. Now, if you notice, you can store up to 1 gigabyte of data in the real-time database for free. For example, let's assume that you're developing a chat application using real-time database. You could think that this would correspond to about 20 million chat messages, because on average, each chat message would be calculated to be 50 bytes, right? So if we were to make the data amount here 2 gigs, you can see that there's now a $5 fee. So in other words, there's going to be a monthly fee of $5 for each gigabyte of additional data. If you make this 2 gigs, the data will be stored corresponding to approximately 40 million chat messages. So you see how that works. So let's have a look at Cloud Firestore. Now, if you have a look here, you can store up to 1 gigabyte of data in the Cloud Firestore database for free. Like here, bytes are relative to the binary system, so 1 gigabyte corresponds to the 30th power of 2. So in short, 1 gigabyte in the binary system is slightly larger than 1 gigabyte in the decimal system. So if we make the data amount here 2 gigs, just slide it up, you can see that there's now an 18-cent fee. So in other words, a monthly fee of 18 cents will be incurred for each additional gigabyte of data. Of course, Cloud Firestore also has pricing for reading and deleting and writing documents. And you'll probably understand that a whole lot better in a concrete example that I'm going to get into shortly. So that is kind of briefly the Firebase's pricing policy. But apart from pricing, I do want to mention one more thing about this real-time database. So let's have a look at the real-time database row from the table. Now, I wonder if you notice there's something else called simultaneous connections. So I want to tell you a little bit more about that. So a simultaneous connection is the equivalent of a mobile device, browser tab, or server application connected to the database. Firebase places strict limits on the number of simultaneous connections to your app's database. All right. So the Spark plan limit is 100. That cannot be upgraded. So if you are using the Spark plan and you have one real-time database, a maximum of 100 users can access this database at the same time. Okay. However, with the Blaze plan, you got a limit of 200,000 simultaneous connections per database. Now, of course, that means that it's also necessary to explain here that this limit is not the same as the total number of users of your application, because not all of your users are connected to the database at the same time. For example, your app has been downloaded by, let's say, 1,000 users. Well, not all of these users can actually use the app at the same time. That makes sense, right? So if the number of simultaneous users using the application, or more precisely, accessing the database at the same time as 100 or less, well, your application, of course, will be used without any problem at all. Now, before we finish this out, I just want to make this a little bit more understandable through a real example of Cloud Firestore. So I'm going to come over here to the Cloud Firestore row in the table. I want to click on the Google Cloud Pricing link. Right, so on this page, you can find a whole lot more details, right, about Firestore's pricing schedule. It's also going to be useful for you to watch this video from here, too. You can see the topics on the page from the menu on the left. So from here, I can click on the Pricing Example tab. And then this brings us to the very end of the page. And from here, I can click Firestore Billing Example link. So on this page, you get a real-world example of a basic chat application built to measure Firestore usage and cost. Now, of course, this isn't an exact estimate, but it can help you better understand how your Firestore usage would be billed. But you got to remember, Firestore, like many other Firebase products, includes a free tier to help you get started for free. Then when you exceed the usage and storage quotas for the free tier, that's when you get charged for the database operations that you're going to perform, the data that you store, and the network bandwidth that you use. So let me just show you something real quick. This example considers a sample chat application where users can initiate a conversation with 2 or more participants to illustrate typical costs. So users can see their active chats in a list, read messages, sent messages, etc. They can read and send messages as well. But also this example uses pricing for the North American multi-region. Now there are also some other assumptions in this example. We'll have a look at those now. So the daily active users are 10% of total app installs. So you can estimate your daily costs using a rough estimate of your daily active users. And these are users who are actively opened and have used your app on any given day, which is usually a small subset of your total app installs. Now, for the calculations below, this example estimates daily active users to be 10% of the total app installs. Now, these document sizes are generally considered low. So you can view the document sizes table just by clicking on the link here. Yeah. Now, there's another assumption here that concerns the retention period of the data. So it's assumed that the messages in the sample chat application are only stored for a period of 3 months. So let's continue our examination with the table here. This table has been prepared according to 3 different situations. So in the first case, it's assumed that your application has been downloaded by 50,000 users. In the second case, the number increases to 1 million. And here we got the third case, it goes up to 10 million. But it will be sufficient for us to just have a look at the first example. I mean, still dream big, right? But let's just have a look. So let's say that your app has been downloaded by 50,000 people. So in this case, the number of daily active users would be about 5,000 because using this example, the active user is accepted as 10% of the total user base. So in this case, your monthly bill would be calculated to be around $12. Okay, so let's get into how this is actually calculated. So we'll first examine the pricing associated with reading data. So let's suppose there's a total of 400,000 daily reads from the database. So 50,000 of these are already free. Therefore, 350,000 readings will be subject to a fee. In addition, the tariff for reading documents from Firestore is 6 cents per 100,000. So we can also see this in the pricing table. Just open up the pricing section in a new tab from the menu on the left here, and you can see the pricing schedules in the table. Now, if you notice, there's actually no charge for reading documents up to 50,000, while the pricing for readings after 50,000 is 6 cents for 100,000 documents. Okay, so let's go back to the example. So the calculation for reading would go like this. We got to multiply 350 by 0.06 and divide the result by 100. So the result is roughly 0.21. Now, of course, since this is the daily fee, we need to multiply by 30 to get an estimate of the monthly fee. And there you go. The result is a price of about $6 per month to read the data. And similarly, when calculations are made for writing, deleting, and storing data, there's a monthly fee about $4 to write the data, about $1 per month to erase the data. And here's a monthly fee of about $1 to store the data. All right, so as a result, a chat application with approximately 50,000 downloads and 5,000 daily active users will cost you an average of $12 per month. All right, so that's how it breaks down the logic of pricing. Okay, so let's finish out the lesson here just by looking at Firestore's limits and quotas. So again, we're going to open up the Quotas and Limits tab from the menu on the left. All right, so here on this page, you can find request quotas and limits for Firestore. While this table includes quotas for free usage, you can also find some limits for Firestore usage in the standard limits section. But the limit that I want to quickly show you here is a limit in the real-time update section. I want you to notice here that the maximum number of simultaneous connections per database for mobile web clients is 1 million. However, as noted in the footnote here, Firestore does not prevent us from exceeding this soft limit, but doing so will greatly affect the latency and error rate. Now, do you remember? This limit was 100 for real-time database in Spark plan, while it was 200,000 per database in the Blaze plan. All right? So, food for thought. So there we go, my friends. We have examined Firebase's pricing policy in pretty good detail. Of course, it was useful. Hopefully it's useful to you. But we are going to take a short break here. So in the next lesson, I want to show you how to create a Firebase project. All right? So stick around. I'll see you in the next one. All right. Hello, everybody. So, hey, in this video, we're going to now create a Firebase project. And that, of course, is the subject of the first chapter of Firebase. Now, the steps that we're going to be doing are as follows. We're going to create a Firebase project in the Firebase console. Then we'll create a project in Android Studio. Of course, whatever platform you are developing an application, you should probably use that platform to create a project. But You can stay with us if you want. And then finally, we're going to integrate the project that we created in Firebase with the project that we created in Android Studio. And then after all that is done, we can then take advantage of all the products that Firebase offers to us. All right, so let's just get into it. I'm going to first open up the internet browser of my choice, which just happens to be Google Chrome, right in Firebase. And from the search results, I can click on firebase.google.com. And therefore, I reach the homepage of Firebase. Now, you will need a Gmail account to create a project in Firebase. After logging into your Gmail account, you can click the Go to Console button. Okay, and that's how I reach the project management panel of Firebase. Now, here are the projects that we created earlier. Okay. Now, probably you're seeing a blank screen. That's okay. You haven't created anything yet. So let's just create our first project right now. So to create a new Firebase project, I just want to click the Add Project button. But since there's not a project on your console, you've got to click the Create a Project button. You get it? Okay, so there's Add and Create. We do need to name our project here, and because this is going to be just an example project, I'm writing example Kotlin. Now here it's going to ask if I want to add Google Analytic features to the project. We're not going to actually be using this feature at this stage, but I do want to add it anyway. You can remove it if you want to, but I'm going to click Continue. So here I select my own account. And lastly, I just want to click the Create Project button. See, so that way Firebase starts to create the first project. And yeah, might actually take some time. But now, as you can see, the project is ready. So I just want to click Continue. All right, so now we've reached the management section of our example project. So now we can actually benefit from all the different possibilities of Firebase for this project. I want you to notice on this page, you can see the different services offered by Firebase. There are things we can do in the menu on the left. For example, in the authentication section, you can organize the process of logging into your application with the user's mail and password and by sending a verification code to the phone. Now, notice just below the authentication section, there are two types of Firebase database. One is the Firestore. The other one is the real-time database. So Firestore is a database type. It's developed by Google to store large and complex data and to query it quickly. We're not actually going to be using it at this stage. We will use the real-time database. So this real-time database is a cloud-based database. Okay. The data gets stored in the database as JSON data. I mentioned that earlier at the very beginning. So therefore, Firebase is a NoSQL database. In other words, since SQL queries are not going to be used, because they don't work at all, this is not that kind of database, they're actually separate from what you would consider a classic database. So here in the storage section, you can store the user's files, such as photos and videos and music or whatever. You can host your website in the hosting section here. And if you look down here below, you can reach the reports about the application in release and monitor. All right, so we can also access user data in the analytics section. And yeah, I'm just giving you a tour because this is going to be growing as we develop our application. But I want you to check out the Engage section, because here we can do many of the operations that I talked about earlier, such as sending notifications and testing. And of course, you don't necessarily need to go back, but I think you should remember how we talked about these different products of Firebase. Now, of course, since we will create a real-time database in this particular lesson, I just want to go back to the real-time database section. All right, so what we can now do is click on the Create Database button. Now here, Google will ask where to get analytical data from. Well, that's a good question. So here you can choose which country you are in. I'll pass on this part because it's not particularly part of our topic, but if you want to, you can do some of that detailed research. So I'll click Next. And now it asks for the security rules of the database. Now here, you can actually determine the reading and writing properties of the database, right? So it's permissions. If you set these to false, nobody can read the database or even add data to the database. And if you change these features later, great, you'll be able to adjust them as you need. First up, though, I will do it locked because I do want to show you how to unlock it later. So when I leave it locked, I can only log in from this admin panel. Okay. Now, of course, in the following lessons, we're going to cover these issues in detail, so don't worry about it too much. And I'm going to then press the Enable button. All right, so that creates our first database. Of course, our database is currently empty, so there's nothing in it, but I do want to explain how to add some data here. And then, of course, after that, we should actually add this database to the application that we will create in Android Studio. So I'll tell you what, let's do all of that in the next lesson, all right? So cue it up. I'll see you in the next video. All right, well, hello to everybody. Thanks for coming back. So, hey, in this lesson, we're going to integrate the Firebase project that we created in the previous lesson into a project that we're going to create in Android Studio. Of course, you can always integrate iOS or web project instead of Android, but I just wanted to tell you up front. The steps, if you want to do that, will be generally similar, but the information requested during the integration phase may differ a little bit, just depending on the project that you are doing. Okay, so in this particular tutorial, I will integrate a Kotlin project that I created in Android Studio with the project in Firebase. Now, remember, we created a Firebase project in the previous lesson, and we named the project Example Kotlin. So in this project, we created a real-time database. The database security rules were closed to reading and writing from the outside. And our database is basically empty. But before filling in the database, we've got to ensure that this Firebase project is integrated into the project that we will create in Android Studio. Okay, so I'm now creating a new project in Android Studio to do that. And I'm just going to name the project Firebase. And of course, the programming language will be Kotlin. Minimum API level can be 21. So when I click on the Finish button, Android Studio creates a new project. Cool. So now the new project's ready. And the design page is also now available in the main activity. So with this Show System UI option from the following section, I can make this page appear on the phone screen. So now we've got to log into Android Studio with the Google account, right? In the upper right corner of Android Studio. Click the Sign In button. Now, obviously, I don't know if you got my hint earlier, but the Google account that you log into must also be the same as the Google account that you log into Firebase with. Okay, so here Android Studio warns that it wants to reach the following data. Yeah, of course, so allow it. All right, so that completes the login process. I can now close this page. All right, so if we return to Android Studio again, you're going to notice that you're logged in with your Gmail account. Then I'll just switch to Firebase again, and I'm going to click Project Overview. Now here, to add Firebase to the Android project, I just need to click the Android icon here. And of course, for our other friends, if you're going to integrate an iOS project or web, app, then you must choose iOS from here or choose the web, right? Okay. Now, there are a few steps that we'll need to complete, so we'll just do these now. First of all, we need to write the package name of our project in a field. The package name of the project is written in the main activity, right? So the package name is com.techmania.firebase, right? So I'm going to copy this name. I'm going to go back to Firebase, paste it here. Now in the next section, you can also write the application nickname if you want. I'm going to pass on that because it's optional. Now for this third part, we really should write the SHA-1 key of the Android project. Right, you remember what that is, right? SHA is secure hash algorithms. Now you don't need to add SHA keys in basic Firebase like we're doing, real-time database or Firebase storage, but you do need to have your project SHA-1 key defined in the Firebase console for phone authentication, SMS code verification, or Google sign-in. So that's why I do want to show you how you can get SHA keys for this Android project. So I do want to go back to Android Studio. Now, naturally, there are several different ways to obtain SHA keys, but we will obtain SHA keys using the signing report command. So go ahead and open a terminal window located just below the interface. So then we have to write the signing report command here, and you can find this command from the developers.google.com site. I share the link of this site with you, of course, so you can just click the link below this lesson. But here I'm scrolling down the page and I get to using Gradle signing report. Okay, so I'll just copy the command here and then paste the command into my terminal in Android Studio. Press Control and Enter on the keyboard. If your computer's a Mac, you should press the Command and Enter, right? Okay, so as you can see, the signing report gets run and we have now obtained the SHA keys. So yeah, my friends, I showed you how to get the SHA key using the signing report command. So lastly, what we need to do is change this signing report in the app. Now you don't forget to make this change, okay? All right, so let's now add the SHA-1 key we obtained to the Firebase project. I'll choose the SHA-1 key, copy the SHA-1 key. Now let's go back to Firebase console. And I'm pasting it in here, and that adds the SHA-1 key. To continue, finally I can click Register App. Now in this step, Firebase creates a JSON file for us. Now it's going to want me to download this file and copy it under the app folder in the project file, so I can click the download button and that starts the file download. And then I'll copy the file that I downloaded and I'm going back to Android Studio. Now when I select the project option in the upper left-hand corner of Android Studio, right, it shows the project files. So here I select the app folder and press Control-V, and that'll paste that JSON file. So now when I click the OK button, the Google Service JSON file gets added. And I can go back to the Firebase again and click Next. Right, so in this third step, we'll need to add the Gradle libraries to the project. And you can complete this step just by adding the required libraries to the relevant fields in your project, just as described here. But you can also do this step automatically from within Android Studio. And that's the way I'm going to do it. So going back to Android Studio, from the Tools menu, I select Firebase. And after I select Firebase, from the top menu, the Firebase Assistant gets opened over here on the right. And now in this section, I can select Real-Time Database. And I can click the Get Started with Real-Time Database Kotlin as my option. All right, so here we're going to do this step by step. First step is to connect Firebase. Therefore, I click on the Connect to Firebase button. As you can see, we get an error, like could not parse the Android application module's Gradle config. Resolve Gradle build issues. Okay, well, unfortunately, we get an error like this since the compile SDK level is 32. All right, so I believe we're getting such an error because there's some bugs. So we don't have to worry about it. You might actually not have this error. But if you do encounter this error, you can just set the compile SDK level to 31. All right, so let me show you. Fix it. And first of all, from the project directory, I'm just going to choose Android instead of project. Then I'll open build.gradle module app. So you see here, I'm just changing the compile SDK and target SDK to 31. Now let's see what happens when we click on the Sync Now button. So that completes synchronization. Now let's click the Connect to Firebase button again from Firebase Assistant. And of course, it's going to ask us to rebuild the project. Well, that's cool. So I'll click the Build button. And it's actually being rebuilt, right? All right, so now the project's finished being built. Let's now click on the Connect to Firebase button one last time. And just like that, did you notice it says that this project is now connected to Firebase? But we can always renew the connection. So here, I'm just going to click on the OK button. And yeah, as you can see, it redirects us to the Firebase console. Very good. So now from the Firebase console, I'll just choose the Firebase project, and that is the example Kotlin project, to which we added our Android project. And then finally, I can click on the Connect button. And yeah, as you can see, we have now connected our Android Studio project with Firebase. Now we can actually go ahead and close the window. Very cool, very cool. So now let's go back to Android Studio. Notice that the Connect to Firebase section is green, and this step has obviously been completed. So that brings us to the second step, pressing the Add the Real-Time Database SDK to Your App button. Okay, so this shows the libraries to be added to the Gradle file. And I'll just click the Accept Changes button. The required libraries get added to the Gradle file. Yeah, we can always check it out if you want to. So I'll open up the build.gradle module app file. All right, so as you can see here, the Firebase database library has been added. So now that step is complete. So next come the steps to edit the reading and writing rules of the database. So I want to go back to the Firebase again. All right, so I've completed my third step in Android Studio. So I click the Next button. Okay, now in step 4, I'll click the Continue to Console button. That brings us back to the console. So this means our project was integrated with Firebase. So I go back to the database section. The database has been opened. Now it's currently empty, of course, but clicking on the Rules tab, we can now see the rules, and all these rules are currently false. Now we're going to change the rules of writing and reading in this section here. But I'll tell you what, we're going to end this and we'll do these operations in the next video. However, don't close your windows yet. Before wrapping up this lesson, I do want to show you how you can add the SHA-1 or SHA-256 key after the integration process. Because you can, you know. So I'll click on the gear icon here, click on Project Settings. Under the General tab, we can see basic information about a project. Also, it will be useful to select your Gmail account where you use the Firebase console from the support email section. Sometimes because of this, we may get an error while running an application, so you got to roll with it. But when you scroll down this page a little bit more, we can see the SHA-1 key that we added. Now, if we didn't add the SHA key, we'd have to add it like this. Click on Add Fingerprint. Paste the SHA keys that you obtained, right, to the relevant field. And then you just press the Save button. So you see how you can add SHA keys after your project's integration with Firebase. However, you really should re-download the updated JSON file, right? Replace the old one with the new one, and there you go. Now, if you do not add the SHA-1 key, you will receive some errors in the SMS verification and the sign-in with Google operations, right? But we're going to tackle those later. So, my friends, that is how you integrate our project in Android Studio with Firebase. Next up, we're going to learn how to add data to the real-time database. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello to every one of my friends. Hey, thanks for coming back. So now what we're going to do is add real-time data to our database that we created in Firebase. And I want to just jump right in. Now, in the last video, we created a database on Firebase, but this database is still pretty empty. In the rules section, we made the rules of the database closed to read and write. So, let me just ask you, why do we leave the database closed to reading and writing? What's the meaning of creating a database if we can't write something to the database or read the data from there? Well, here we turn off the database for reading or writing, which means that users cannot add and read data from the mobile application as well as from the web. But we can add, remove, change, or read data from the Firebase management panel. That's all. So now what I'll do is I'll make the read and write properties of the database to be true. And then these settings get applied when I press the Publish button. But see how Firebase gives us a warning? Well, it says that our operation is dangerous. In fact, it's actually not the right move to open the permissions, right, to reading and writing the database completely, because everyone can access a whole database from within the application. So instead, you can set the database to read specific sections, write specific sections, and close or open both sections when you need to. See, so you can do these operations after creating the database. However, since we are in this experimental stage, we're just opening the entire database for reading and writing. So here, I'm just going to close this warning up by pressing the Dismiss button. So I guess you could say it's potentially dangerous, but it's not dangerous for us right now. So I just want to go back to the data section. Now, Firebase database works with a system called NoSQL. So in other words, you don't create tables like SQL databases, add data into these tables, and then access the contents of the tables with SQL queries. Instead, you see, it works with this parent-child logic. So there's a parent at the top, and below the parent, there will be the children of that parent. Now, you could also compare this to the tree structure in the data structures lesson, but it does work a little differently. For example, this is our main database here. Well, let's add a child under it first. Now, when clicking on the plus sign next to it, see how a new child gets added. Now, let's call this new child employee. Now, perhaps you remember while creating tables for SQL queries in the database lessons, the first employee table is usually created. So we'll add another child to this employee database. Now, let's call this child's name. All right. So the value of the name, well, let's call it David. So here, I wonder if you can see here, only the last child can take that value. See, parents cannot take the value. Let's add another child to this employee parent. And this child's name is going to be surname. And we'll call this child Beckham. So here, do you see this? We've now created a child named employee under the main database. Also, we created two children under that employee. Now, these last two children have values. When I press the Add button, these values are added to the database. I'm going to add another child to this employee parent. The name of this child may be Job, let's say, and the value will be engineer, just for an example. So when the Add button gets pressed, this child gets added under the employee parent. And as you can see, the employee parent has no value of its own. The parent cannot take value in the system. You can add as many children as you want to the employee parent, or you can add as many children as you want to the main database. Here, the employee is both a child and a parent. So the employee is both a child of the main database and also has children. All right. So let's add another child to the main database. And we'll have this child's name be salary. And a value to the salary child. Now, I cannot add children under it. So let's give 2,000 as the salary value. Now, pressing on the Add button, the salary gets added to the bottom of the main database. All right, so now the main database has two children, and one of these children is salary, the other is employee. The employee child also has three children. These three children are job, name, and surname. Okay? Now, first, the database should be created in this way according to the application content. For example, let's just add a section to the database where you will keep user data. Okay, so we'll just call this section users, and we'll need to create children for whatever data that we want to keep. For example, let's keep the user's name, and let's say its name, for example, would be Mary. Then we can keep the user's email address, and we can write a value in here. And sure, you can keep the user's phone number. So I'm writing a number here. Now, by pressing the Add button, three values get added under users. Now, you could add thousands or millions of data like this, right? This is a system that we will use when we create this database. But I do want to let you know that there's also another system that we will take the data from the user and add it into here. For example, here users can enter information like name, mail, and phone number in the application, and then this data can be added to the database. So we will actually be creating this process in Android Studio. So I want you to move over to Android Studio, and we'll continue from there. All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming back. Now, previously, we added data to the real-time database manually. But now I want to show you how to add data to the database via your Android application. So, are you ready? Let's get started. Now, obviously, we've created a project in the previous lessons in Android Studio, and with this project, we integrated Firebase. Very well done. So far, so good. So now let's design the app out a little bit. So I want to delete this text view component. And let's add one edit text to the design area. Let's add a button. So now when the user enters the data in the edit text, I want to add this data to Firebase, right? So when I click the button, I want to add this data under the user's parent in Firebase. So first of all, I will delete the text of edit text. And instead of it, I want to add a hint. So, all right, please enter your name in the hint section. The width of this edit text can be 300 dp. Text size can be 20 sp. Now let's check the ID of edit text. So the ID of edit text can be edit text name, okay? So So I'll change the text of the button to send data. Also, text size can be 18 SP. And lastly, I just want to check the ID of the button. And the button's ID can be button send. Okay, now since the main layout is constraint layout, I should give the constraint values. So firstly, I will center these two components horizontally. Now I will give the top constraint values. Top constraint value of the edit text can be, let's say, 50 dp. And top constraint value of the button can be 20. All right, so now let's define these components on the Kotlin side. Late init var edit text name colon edit text. Late init var button send colon button. Okay. So now I'll match the IDs in the onCreate method. Edit text name equals find view by ID r.id.edit text name. Button send equals find view by ID r.id.button send. And I'll also add in a click listener to the button. So now when the user clicks the button, I must first get the data to the user entered. So I will create a variable val username colon string equals edit text name dot text dot to string. So now it's time to send this data to the database. And to do that, first, I'll need to create an object from the Firebase database class in the global area. Follow? So here I'll write val database colon Firebase database equals Firebase database dot get instance. Cool? So then I create an object from the database reference class. So on the next line, I will write val reference colon database reference equals database dot reference. See, so in this way, I reach the main database. Now I can add the data to the database using this reference object. But I have now reached the main database. So in other words, to the database named example Kotlin. So if I add it this way, the data will be added as the child of the database. But I want to add it as the child of users. You see where we're at? Wow. So for this, then after the reference, I will write dot child. Cool? Yeah. So through this dot child method, you can reach one of three children under the main database. So I can reach salary, users, or employee. So here I'm just writing users because I want to reach the users, right? So now this data will be added under users. I will do the sending data operation in the click listener of the button. So what I want to do is write reference.child here. I will give username to this child as a name. And that way, see, a child will be created under the users, such as name, email, and phone number. What do you think? Okay, so we will give value to this child. This child's name is username, and we will give a value to this child just by using the .setValue method. And its value will be the username that is entered in the edit text. You see, so thusly, we will assign the data we receive from the user into the username, which we will create under users. So let's see how it works. Let's run the application. So here the application opens. Database also appears here. Now, let me just write a name here. And by clicking the button, this data gets added to the database instantly. See, so that's what real-time database actually means, right? Your application and well, millions of other applications are running simultaneously with your database. While the data you add to your database can appear in the application instantly, the data we receive from the users can now be seen in the database instantly. That's pretty cool. So this feature is just one of the great features that Firebase offers us. And it's like instant gratification, right? There it is. Right, so we're going to end this video now, but we have learned how to add real-time data to our database. Now, next up, we're going to learn how to read data from the database, and that's going to happen in the next video. So I'll see you then. All right. So welcome back. Hello to everybody. So next up, we're going to learn how to retrieve real-time data from the database. So in other words, we will get the data from the database through our Android application and then show this data to the users in that application. So I want to just jump right in and get started. So first up, we've got to review the database. So we have our main database here. The main database also has 3 children. These children also have their own children. Now, we can get any of this data that we want to. For example, in this lesson, what we'll do is we'll take the name Mary, and this is the value of the name cell under users. So let's go to Android Studio and do it from there. Now, we've already got an ongoing project in our Android Studio, right? We also did the Firebase integration of this project. So let's add a text view to the project to show the data. So I'm going to show the name that I will retrieve from the database on this text view. So we're going to make a few changes to make it look better and clearer. First of all, I'll give the constraint value to the text view so that it appears in the position that I want it to. Next, let's just enlarge the text size of the text view a little bit. How about changing the font color? Of course, you can always add more if you want to, but we're not here for a design lesson. Let's just check the ID. So the ID of text view can be text view name. Okay, so now we'll go to the Kotlin side. First, I'll define the text view. Late init var text view name : text view. And I'll match the ID in the onCreate method. Text view name equals find view by ID r.id.textView. Cool, so now we can retrieve the data from the database. So I want the data to be captured and shown in text view when the app opens. So for this reason, I will perform data retrieving in the onCreate method. All right, so I'll need the object created from the database reference class to retrieve the data. Now, we previously created an object named reference, if you recall. So you can also use the same object if you want to, or you can create a new one. I will create a new object. So I'm going to write here val reference2 : database reference equals database.reference. Now, this time I did not add a child, right? So I've reached the main database. I will specify which child to get when capturing the data. Oh, you know what? Let me just tell you this, by the by. If the database reference object is created to reach the main database, well, you can use the same object as many times as you want. You can specify which child you want to reach in the required place and retrieve the data. But if you define the database reference object to reach the child at the bottom, well, you're going to need to create a new database reference object wherever you want to reach the above parents. So this will both increase the size of the application and complicate your code. So for that reason, just be careful and create a database reference object in a class. All right, so now let's continue from where we left off after that brief public service announcement. So here I will call the reference2.addValue event listener method. Inside the parentheses, I'll write object : value event listener. Now the value event listener is an interface. It has two functions. To obtain these functions, we'll use the object keyword here. And as you can see, the keyword object is underlined by Android Studio. So we need to implement the functions belonging to value event listener interface. So I'll click the red lamp here on the left and select the implement members option. Now here there are two functions. I'll select both of these functions and click the OK button. And now, of course, Android Studio completes the rest. There are two functions here. The first is the onDataChange function. So we perform data retrieving in this method. Now this method, by the way, also constantly monitors the database live. So when there's a change in the database, this change is immediately reflected in the application. Now the second is the onCanceled method. And here we just state if there is any action to be taken when data cannot be retrieved or an error occurs. For example, to show just a user some kind of a toast message, right? You know how that works. So for now, let's just retrieve the data. And we retrieve the data through the object created from the data snapshot class. So here I'll write snapshot.child. And because the database reference has been defined so that it can access the main database, I have to reach its child. The child's name is users, and that's why I write users right in here. Then I write .child again. Now this time I'll need to reach the child of the users. It is the name, right? So for this reason, I'll write name. Then I write .value. Okay, so we've got the data, but we have to assign this data to a string variable. So here I create a container named real name and put the data I have retrieved into this string. But Android Studio gives a warning, and it's because data is kept as JSON data in the Firebase database, right? So that means we have to convert it to string. Okay, no big deal. Click on the red lamp and select Cast to String as the option. See, so that way the data has been translated into a string. If we were to assign integers or double containers, well, we should have made that cast operation for those data types, right? But you follow. So now let's print the data that we retrieved on the text view. Text view name.text equals real name. All right, so there you go. There's that process complete. So, you ready to run it? Yeah, we got to see how it works. All right, so the application opens. And as you can see, the data gets retrieved as soon as the application's open, and it gets printed in text view. Okay? So now I do want to show you the database and the application side by side. See, so when I delete the name Mary in the database and replace it with David, you see how the new name was instantly displayed in the text view without updating the application APK, without having to restart the application. The application and database are working simultaneously. Very cool, far out and wonderful. So that takes us to the end of this particular video, but we have learned how to retrieve real-time data from the Firebase database. Of course, there's always more to do, but we're going to get to that in the next video. I'll see you next time. All right, and here we are. Hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in this lesson, what we're going to do is just make a simple application. And this way you'll better understand Firebase real-time database operations. We're going to practice what we learned, also practice a few new things. But as you know, it's absolutely necessary to perform create, read, update, delete operations, right? And that's what we call CRUD generally in pretty much all database operations. I'm sure you remember we developed a note-taking application in the Room database, and we carried out all those database operations in this application. So now what we're going to do is insert, read, delete, update operations using Firebase real-time database. So why don't we just take it over to Android Studio and get to work? I want to show you a little bit about where we're going with this and what we're going to do. So you see there's going to be a floating action button on the main screen. So when we click this button, the Add User page will open. Now here we're going to ask for 3 pieces of data belonging to the user, okay? Username, user age, and email address. So after the user's entered the necessary data in these fields, they're going to click on the Add User button, and the registration process will pretty much be completed. All right, so let's do that much so far. All right, so we're going to make the username be Alex. Let the email address be alex@gmail.com. Age will be 30. All right, so click on Add User. Okay, so what you're seeing is when the Add User button gets clicked, the toast message appears, and the user gets saved in the database, and the saved user information was displayed in the recycler view. Okay, so let's check it out from the database. So I'm going to open up Firebase. All right, so what you're looking at is a new record that's been created for Alex right in here. So also, if you notice, there's an ID here. Now, do you remember an ID was automatically assigned in the Room database, and we could perform different operations such as, updating according to this particular and specific ID. Now, similarly, in Firebase, we can create a unique key for each record and set it as the ID of each record. You see where we're going? So you're going to understand that a whole lot better as we develop our app. So I want to continue with that. So let's just go ahead and add another user. And we'll let the username be Ronaldo. And we're going to make the email address be ronaldo@gmail.com. Age is 35. Click Add User. There's your toast message. And the user's been saved in the database and also gets displayed in Recycler View. All right, so we can do insert and read operations. So I want to look at the update process as well. So when you click on any user, new page opens. Now notice the page that opens is the update user page. In addition to that, the current user information is also written to the edit text component. So let's change the information here a little bit just to show you. So we're going to let the name be Cristiano Ronaldo. And email address, cristianoronaldo@gmail.com. Age 40. And we'll click on the Update User button. All right, so you're looking at the toast message that's appeared and the data has been updated, both in the database and in the UI. All right, so let's then have a quick look at the deletion process. If you swipe any item to the right or left, the user is going to be deleted from the database and the UI. And we're also showing the toast message when the record gets deleted. Now, we could also delete all the users at once by clicking the trash icon here. All right, so when you click on this icon, a dialog window is going to open up first because the user may accidentally have clicked on the icon, right? So in this case, the sudden deletion of all users might have negative consequences for the user experience. Anyway, a dialog window's got to open up, and here we're going to tell the user that, well, if you click the Yes button, all those users are going to be deleted, and if they want to delete a particular user, well, they've got to swipe left or right, right? So just click on the Yes button, and sure enough, as you can see, all the users have now been deleted. And the toast message has also been shown. All right, my friends, so hey, that's what it looks like. Now, this can be just a very simple application, but if you do learn some of this deeper system operating logic, well, you can apply the same concept to much larger systems. All right, so for this application, I'm going to use the project that we created in our previous lesson. You can go ahead and create a new project if you want to. But remember, we provided the integration of this project with Firebase, so that's good to go. If you're going to create a new project, just go ahead and integrate the project that you created into Firebase. And if you do run into any situations that you might not know how to get out of, well, just go ahead and go back to that integration process in the previous lesson. All the details are there. All right, so for now, I'm just going to jet forward. So first I want to clear design area, and I'm deleting the components in the design area here. And now I'm going to delete all the code that we wrote, the main activity, because we're going to actually do everything together right from the start. Okay, so I'm going to delete everything, including the code that we wrote for the database connection. Now you can always turn these into comments so that you can read them later if you want. All right, so we have now got an empty, clean project on hand. So I want to use Android view binding in the project. Therefore, I'm going to do some necessary addition in the Gradle file. Open up the build.gradle module app file. Now, inside the scope of the Android section, I add the build features section just above the build types. And here I write view binding true. Also, if you remember, we made the target SDK and compile SDK 31 due to the error we encountered while integrating our project into Firebase. So we can make them 32 again. Now you got to click on the Sync Now button and start that synchronization process. And now that the sync is finished, finally we can get internet permission from the manifest file, because the transactions that we're going to make with Firebase have got to have an internet connection. Of course. All right, so hey, look, we've now made our project ready to be developed. So we're going to take a short break here, and we're going to design up our project in the next video. So I'll see you then, right on the other side. Welcome to the other side. All right, hello everybody. Thanks for coming back. Now, previously we talked about how to make an application. So now what we're going to do is develop our application a little bit further. So first of all, we're going to design the main activity. Let's get started right with that. So the main activity here is going to have one recycler view, one floating action button. And for this floating action button, we're going to need a plus sign. Therefore, first of all, let's just create a plus icon from the vector asset. So you right-click on Drawable Folder from the project directory. And I'll choose the new vector asset option. And from here, click on the clip art section. And the window that opens here, if you just type add in the search bar, you can find the plus icon. So I'll just select that and click OK. You can always change the name if you want to. I'm just going to write here fab icon. Now finally, to create this icon, I'll just click next. Hey, there you go. Then finish. All right, so now our icon's been created under the drawable folder. Now, why don't we go ahead and create a trash icon that we're going to use, for deletion of all users. And I'm reopening vector asset, click on clip art. Now, if you type delete in the search bar, you're going to find that trash icon. So I'll select the icon and click the OK button. And if you want the color to be white. Also, we're going to change the name of the icon. Here, I just want to write delete icon. And click next and finish. Cool, so those are going to be our icons that we're going to use. I want to add a recycler view, though, to the design area. So I'll give the recycler view component an ID. Now its ID can be recycler view. Also, since the recycler view will take up the entire screen, its width and height are going to be match parent. Now, our main layout, of course, we're still designing, so we're using constraint layout, and we have to specify the constraints of the recycler view component. I'm going to pin it right, down, left, and up. All right. Also, the constraint value is going to be 0. Yeah, so now let's just go ahead and add a floating action button. If you type fab in the search bar in this palette, see, you can easily find that floating action button. All right, so I'll drag and drop the floating action button into the design area. And from this window, I'll just select the fab icon that we created. Now, we do have to specify the constraints of this component as well, so I'm just going to pin it to the right first. Now, I'll pin it down. Also, let the constraint values be 16 dp. And we'll finally set the ID. So we can use this floating action button as the ID. All right, so the design of the main activity is pretty much complete. So I do want to make a separate design for the items that are going to appear in the recycler view. So I'll right-click on Layout folder from the project directory. And I'll choose New Layout Resource File. And we're going to have to give this layout a name. And I'm going to call the layout Users Item. And I will also choose Linear Layout as a root element. Now, if you want to, you can always use Card View or Constraint as a root element. It's up to you. All right, finally, I'll just click OK. All right, so you're looking at our new layout file. It's been created. So I just want to jet through the design. And I'll add 3 text view components into the design area. First text view component will be for the username. Second text view, user age. And the third text view will be for user email. All right, so now we've got to organize this design area a little bit, right? So I want to specify the ID of the linear layout. And the ID of the linear layout can be linear layout. Also, I do want to change the layout margin of this linear layout to leave some space between each item in recycler view. And the layout margin value can be 3 dp. Yeah. Okay, so now let's edit the text view components. So I'll select all 3 text view components. And first of all, I'll change the gravity values. The gravity value will be center. Also, I'll just give a margin value. The layout margin can be 10 dp. Let me increase the text size as well. Text size be 20 sp. And let's change the text color too. And we'll just make the text colors white. That's fine. Okay, so the background color of the linear layout, I want the background color to be dark green. And now let's determine the IDs of these components. So let the ID of the first text view component be text view name. ID of the second text view component be text view age. The third text view can be text view email. And just like that, we've finished this design too. Okay, so let's just have a look and see what it looks like in recycler view. So I just want to open up the activity main.xml file. So using the list item property of the recycler view, I'll define the user's item design to the recycler view. All right, so we can understand how design will look without running the application, right? But if you notice, the color of the floating action button also is in the shades of green. Well, that's why I want to change it. So for this, I'm going to open the themes.xml file under the values folder from the project directory. And the floating action button gets its color from the color secondary here. So I'm going to change this color, click on the box, and from the color palette that opens up, I'll choose this color. And now when you return to the design area once more, you can see the color of the button has changed. Very cool. And yes, I did that on purpose because I wanted you to see all of that. All right, my friends, that way we've now completed the design of the main activity. So why don't we just have a short break here, and next time when we come back, we're going to design the add user activity. So I'll see you then. All right, my friends, welcome back. So previously we completed the design of the main activity. So right now we're going to design the add user activity and the update user activity. But both of these designs are going to be pretty much the same, because in both activities there's going to be 3 edit text, 1 button. So why don't we just move on over to Android Studio. Okay, so first we're going to create a new activity. I'll right-click on the project package folder, and I'll select New Activity, Empty Activity. And we'll set the name of the activity. So here I'll write Add User Activity. Create the Add User Activity by clicking the Finish button. All right, so what you're looking at is our activity. Okay, it's been created, so now we can design it. I'll open up activity adduser.xml. Now first, I want to convert the constraint layout to linear layout. So what I'll do is I'll open up the code section, write linear layout instead of constraint layout. Also, the orientation value of this layout needs to be vertical. All right, so let's change the gravity value, and I'm going to make the gravity property center horizontal. All right, so let's continue with our design section. And I'll add 3 edit text into the design area. So the first edit text will be for the username. So I'm just going to add plain text. Second edit text will be for the user age. So I'll add number edit text. And the third edit text will be for user's email, and that's why I'll add email edit text. All right, so I need to add a button. And now let's change some properties of these components. So I want to first select all 3 edit text. And I'll change the common properties. For example, let their width be 300 dp. Its height can also be 55 dp. And let's also change the margin value so that we can leave some space between the components. So I'll make layout margin values 10 dp. And finally, we can increase the text size a little bit. Text size can be 20 sp. So now I want to add a hint to the edit text component. So I'm deleting the text of the first edit text. So to add a hint, I'm typing enter name into the hint section. And I can write enter age into the hint section of the second edit text. In the third one, I'll write the hint enter email. Okay, so what about the properties of the button? So let's let the layout margin value be 20 dp. Width of the button, 200 dp. And let's make its height 60 dp. And we can also change the text of the button. So here I'll write add user. And we can also increase the text size a little bit. I'll just make it 18 sp. Very good, very good. So now let's just determine the ID of all components. Let the ID of the first edit text be edit text name. ID of the second edit text be edit text age. ID of the third will be edit text email. And we'll let the ID of the button be button add user. All right, well, there you have it, guys. So we've completed the design of the add user activity. Now we can design the update user activity. But of course, we'll first need to start with a new activity, right? So I'll right-click on the project package folder, choose new activity, empty activity. Name this activity will be update user activity. And I'll create the activity just by clicking finish. Okay, so there's our new activity. We'll open the design area. Now, like I was saying before, the design of this activity will be the same pretty much as the design of the add user activity. So you could also make a different design if you wanted to. But let's go ahead and open the add user activity and just copy the XML code here. All right, so now I'm going to select and copy all the XML code. And then we can paste all this code into the XML side of the update user activity. And now we'll have to change the IDs of the components. And remembering this particular one will be update user activity. ID will be edit text update name. Edit text update age. Edit text update email. And this ID will be button update user. Okay, so we'll open up the design section next. And I'm going to change the text of the button. And this text, of course, will be update user. Okay, so we jetted through, but we finished the design of our app. Now, before we wrap this lesson out, I do want to define Android view binding for each activity. Okay, so we'll start with the main activity first. So here I'll just write late init var main binding colon activity main binding. Now, do you remember when we added view binding into our project, activity main binding was created automatically? All right, so now we can define it. So just below the super dot on create, I'll write main binding equals activity main binding dot inflate layout inflator. Now in the next line, let's create a variable named view. And I can write main binding dot root just to the right of the equal sign. And finally, I'll pass the view parameter to the set content view function. Very cool. So now we can access the components in the main activity using the main binding object. Now, similarly, let's define our view binding in the add user and update user activities. So I'll write late init var add user binding colon activity add user binding. So now we'll define the add user binding object. Add user binding equals activity add user binding dot inflate layout inflator. And now to create the view object on the next line, val view add user binding dot root. And finally, instead of r.layout.activity add user, I'll write view. Okay, so now we'll be able to access the components in the add user activity by using the add user binding object. All right, so finally, we'll define the view binding in the update user activity. So here I'll write late init var update user binding colon activity update user binding. So now let's define the update user binding object. Update user binding equals activity update user binding dot inflate layout inflator. Let's create the view object on the next line. Val view equals update user binding dot root. Finally, I'll write view instead of r.layout.activity update user. Okay, there you go, my friends. We've defined view binding in all of our activities. So now we can write the code of our application So before we get started with that, I want to take a short break. And when we come back, we're going to learn how to add users to the database. All right, so I'll see you on the other side. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back. Now, previously, we finished the design of our application. So from here on out, we are going to write our necessary code. So first up, I want to write the necessary code to add users to the Firebase real-time database. So why don't we just get started? What are you doing sitting there? Oh, I am too. Never mind. So if you notice, we've got 3 different data from the user, right? Of course, these data could be more. In those kind of applications, creating a data or model class corresponding to this data will allow us to write code according to object-oriented programming logic. And that way we can develop our application with way more efficient code. So that means first we're going to create a model class. Right-click on the project package folder, choose new Kotlin class file, and we're going to give this class a name. Our model class will be users. And I'll create a model class by clicking the Enter key on the keyboard. All right, so now, since this will be a model class, we will only define some parameters here. Other than that, we're not going to take any action. Therefore, we can define this class as the data class. All right, so now let's come in here and define the variables that correspond to the data that we will receive from the user, namely username, user age, user email address, and these will be constructors, okay? Val username :string equals quotation mark. Now let me just bring your attention to I initialize the variable because we need to specify the initial values of these variables here, because otherwise we might just get an error while retrieving data. So now we can define the other variables. Val user age :int equals 0. Val user email :string equals quotation mark. Okay, so that's the defining of the variables corresponding to the data that we expect to receive from the user. But we're also going to need to define an ID for each user, as we're not going to get the ID from the user, right? We're going to automatically generate a unique key value ourselves using, drumroll please, Firebase's unique key generation feature. So therefore, why don't we just define the variable corresponding to this key right in here? So I'll actually define it as the very first parameter. Val user ID :string equals quotation marks. All right, very cool. So my friends, our data class is ready. Let's go ahead and open the add user activity. So first of all, we need to create an instance from the Firebase database class to access the real-time database. Val database :Firebase database equals Firebase database.getInstance. And now we're going to create an object from the database reference class using this database object. Val myReference :database reference equals database.reference. Now, if you remember, we were reaching the database itself just like this. And if you want to, we can go ahead and take a look at our database right now. Currently, the myReference object represents the main database here. And currently, there are 3 different children under the main database: salary, users, employee. Now, I want to create a new child for the application that will make and save the users under it, okay? So what I'll do is, well, I want the myReference object to reach the child that I will create. Okay. So now what I'll do is go back to Android Studio and think about it. If you want to reach a different child under the main database, we're going to need to write .child here, okay? So I'll write the name of the new child that I'll create in parentheses. For example, I'll just let this child be named my users. Yes, so now the myReference object will represent the myUsers child that will be created under the main database. All right, so let's continue inside the onCreate function. First, I just want to add a click listener to the button. Add user binding.button add user.set onClick listener. I will create a new function to write the data to the database and then call this function here. So I'm creating a new function outside of the onCreate function. So we'll let the name of this function be add user to database. Okay, so let's first take the data that the user enters into the edit text component. Val name :string equals add user binding dot edit text name dot text dot to string. Val age :int equals add user binding dot edit text age dot text dot to string. Val email :string equals add user binding dot edit text email dot text dot to string. Now we've got to create a unique key for each user. So in the next line, I'll write myReference.push. So this push function will create a unique key for each user that'll be added under the myUsers child. So let's take this unique key. So I'm typing .key here to get it. All right, so now that we've got the unique key generated by Firebase, let's pass it to a variable. So here I'll write val ID :string equals. You with me? So finally, we can convert this key to string at the end of the code. So I'll write .toString. All right, so now we have obtained the user's ID and the other information that we want. So let's add them to the database. So first, let's create an object from the user's data class. Val user equals users. Now let's give the constructor parameters. So the first parameter will be ID. Second parameter be name. Third parameter, age. And the last parameter, email. All right, so now we can add the user object to the database. So for that, I'll write myReference.child ID. And we'll register each user under its unique key. See, otherwise, there will only be one user in the database, and every user will just overwrite the old user, and yeah, you know. Okay, so let's continue. .set value user. So remember, we use the set value function to write the data. In fact, at this stage, the data is saved in the database. But we can actually observe whether or not the task was successful. So in other words, if the write operation to the database is successful, we can perform, well, other and different operations. If it's not successful, we can do actions again, but they'll be different. So therefore, it's possible to add different listeners, is the point, such as complete listener, canceled listener, success listener, and failure listener. Let me show you. I'll add onComplete listener here. I'll also create a lambda representation here. So I will learn the result of the operation here with this task parameter. If the task is successful, we can display a toast message to the user. Also, close the add user activity and open the main activity page. If the task isn't successful, well, I'll find out the cause of the error and again display a toast message to the user. So I will create an if-else statement here. If the task dot is successful, first, I'll create a toast message. So toast.makeText. I'll write three parameters inside the parentheses. First one is the application context. The second is the message. So the message can be the user has been added to the database. Okay. Third is the duration of the message. I'll write toast.length short. And last up, I'll write .show. Also, I want to close the page, so I will call the finish function. All right, so if the task is not successful, I want to create a toast message inside the else block. So I'll just copy this toast message, paste it inside the else block. And I want to change the message, so the message will be task.exception.toString. So, okay, the add user to database function is now ready. I'm going to call this function inside the click listener of the button. And lastly, when we click the floating action button in the main activity, the add user activity ought to open. So I'll open the main activity like this. So first, I want to add a click listener to the button. Main binding dot floating action button dot set on click listener. Okay. So I'll open the add user activity using the intent class. Val intent equals intent. The first parameter will be this. Second parameter will be add user activity :class.java. And lastly, start activity intent. All right. So now when we click on the floating action button, the add user activity will open. But before we run the application, you and me, I just want to change the name of the add user activity in the action bar. So I'm going to open the add user activity again. Now here in the onCreate function, I'll write support action bar $title equals. Inside the quotation mark, I'll write add user. Okay, so now everything's ready. We can run the application, test it out, see what it looks like. And also, let's go ahead and open up the Firebase at the same time. All right, so application opens, click on floating action button. The add user activity opens. And for the name section, I'll write Alex, age 30. And for the email, I'll write alex@gmail.com. Click on Add User. Okay, so there you go. The user gets added to the database. Toast message was shown, and the main activity was opened up again. Now, let's say that you want to add another user. Click floating action button. And for the name section, I'll write in David, and I'll write in 20. And email, I'll write david@gmail.com. Click on Add User. And there you go. The new user was added now to the database. So I do want to show you the data in the database, though. All right, so here you can see the unique ID for each user. And under these unique IDs, there are all the user information that we collected. All right, my friends, there you go. We have now completed the user addition process to our database. Okay, so next time we're going to show the data that we added, well, on the recycler view. Okay, so I want to see you next time. And here we are. Hello, my friends. So previously we added data to the Firebase real-time database. So now in this video, we are going to retrieve data from the Firebase real-time database. Let's get started. Now, we did add the recycler view component to the main activity. Right? We also created a separate design file named users item for each item. We added 3 text view components to this design file. So the first one is to show the username, second to show the user age, third to show the user email. So what we're going to do now is write the necessary code to the retrieving data in the main activity. So let's open up the main activity. And first, we'll need to create an instance of the Firebase database class. Val database : Firebase database equals Firebase database.getInstance. And we'll also need to create the database reference object using this database object. Val myReference : database reference equals database.reference. But I want to reach the my users child under the main database, right? So for this reason, I'll write .child my users. Okay, so now I'll reach the data using the my reference object, and let's retrieve the data. So retrieving data inside the onCreate function should be easy enough, right? So the application opens, the data must appear. But for the retrieving operation, I will create a new function outside the onCreate function, okay? So the name of this function can be retrieve data from database. Now let's write the necessary code in this function. So my reference dot add value event listener. Now you got to remember, right, that we can read the data using the add value event listener function. So inside the parenthesis, I can write object : value event listener. Remember, the value event listener is an interface, so it's got two functions. To obtain these functions, we just use the object keyword here. So as you can see, the keyword object actually is underlined by Android Studio. So we need to implement the functions that belong to the value event listener interface. So I click on the red lamp on the left and select the implement members option. Easy peasy. So now there are two functions. I'll select both of these functions and click the OK button. So Android Studio will just complete the rest. All right, so there are two functions here. The first is the onDataChange function. We form data retrieving in this method. This method also constantly monitors the database live. So whenever there is a change in the database, it instantly reflects in the application. Cool. All right. The second is the onCanceled method. So here we state if there is any action to be taken when data cannot be retrieved or an error occurs. For example, just show the user toast message. All right, so let's go ahead and retrieve the data. So we retrieve the data through the object created from the data snapshot class. But since there may be more than one data in the database, I want to first create a for each loop here. Yeah, because with the for each loop, we can get each data in the database one by one and pass them to an array list. So first, let's just create a for each loop here. So after writing the for keyword, inside parentheses, I'll write each user in snapshot.children. See, that way, each user in the database will be transferred to the each user object. Now we can capture each user's information using the each user object. All right, so I'll write each user.getValue. Now we also need to specify the type of data that we will retrieve in parentheses. So our data will be of the type users model class. So I'll write users : class.java in parentheses. And of course, we'll need to transfer each user data that we get from the database to a variable. That's why I'm going to write here, valuser equals at the beginning of the code. Yes. So this for each loop will work as many times as there is data in the database. And each time the data will be passed to the user variable here. All right. Now we can access the ID, name, age, email, whatever of the user just by using this user variable. Now, I just want to show you something here. I want to first show the data in the logcat window. So if we can get the data without any problem, well, we'll also be able to display it on the recycler view. So first, I will create an if statement. If the user is not equal to null, I'll create the log records inside this if statement. So I write S out and press enter. See, so this way we can easily create the print ln function. Follow? So first, I will print the user ID. Inside parentheses, put a quotation mark. Inside the quotation mark, I'll write user ID, $, curly braces, user.userid. Now, do you remember when we write this in Kotlin, we could write code between quotation marks, right? So now I want to duplicate this line 4 times just by pressing Control and D or Command and D if you're on Macintosh. Okay, so the second is going to be username. Third will be user age. Fourth will be user email. And the last print ln function will be to separate each user from the other. Okay, so for this reason, I'll put multiple asterisks in double quotation marks. So the retrieve data from database function is now ready. So what are we going to do? We have to call this function in the onCreate function. So lastly, let's open the logcat window. Also, I'll type system.out in the search bar, and that'll filter the records. All right, so let's go ahead and run the application and test it out, see what it looks like. And there you see the application opens and the data gets printed on the logcat. So let's check them from the database point of view. All right, so there are 2 users under the My Users parent, Alex and David, and these data get printed to the logcat screen. So what do you think, my friends? We've successfully retrieved data from the database. So now we'll actually be able to display this data on the recycler view. All right, so for this, we'll just create the adapter class. Oh, but you know what? You're right. Let's take a little break, and we'll create the adapter class in the next video. All right? So I'll see you then. All right, my friends, welcome back. So, hey, in the previous lesson, we retrieved data from the Firebase real-time database. So that means right now in this video, what we're going to do is show that retrieved data on recycler view. So let's get to it. So we need an adapter class, right? Now you might have gone ahead and made one, but I want to show you because we need this adapter class to show data in recycler view. So if you want, or if you haven't done so already, let's create our adapter class. All right, so just right click on the project package folder and I'll choose new Kotlin class file. Now you got to make sure that the class option is selected here. And of course, we have to determine the name of the adapter class that we will create. And I'll define the name of the class as users adapter. And create my adapter class just by pressing the Enter key. Okay, so our adapter class has been created. So now I want to create my constructors in the adapter class. Now you remember, right? The constructor is the very first method called when creating an object of any class. So we'll use the constructor to send the data that we created in the main activity to the adapter class. So here we just need to create the constructor of the adapter class. And I will have 2 constructor parameters. First will be an object of the context class. So I'll write var context : context. When we click on any item in the recycler view, a new activity will be opened and the data of the selected user will be transferred to the opened activity. Okay, so therefore we will use the intent class here. And in order to use the intent class, we need a context parameter that contains the activity properties. Because we're not currently in an activity, we're in Kotlin class, right? Therefore, we have created a constructor of the context class here. All right, so moving on, we'll create the second constructor parameter. And the second parameter will be an array list type of the users model class. So var users list : array list users. Now, in a little bit, when we want to create an object from the adapter class in the main activity, we'll have to enter the context and ArrayList parameter here. Otherwise, we cannot create an object from the adapter class. So by using this feature of the constructor, we can easily send the data in the main activity to the adapter class. And since we will display the data in the adapter class on the screen, the data needs to be transferred to the adapter class. Okay, so that's enough about that. We're going to continue where we left off. So we're going to create an inner class within this class. This class we will create will represent the user's item design and will define the components in the user's item design in this class. So I'm writing the inner class keyword. I'll set the name of this class to be user's view holder. Also, this class will inherit from the recyclerView.viewHolder class. So for this, after the colon sign, I'll write recyclerView.viewHolder. And as you can see, Android Studio throws up a warning because we need to create a constructor for this class. So I'll just click on the little red lamp on the left, and I'll choose the Add Constructor Parameter Item View option. Now we've got our constructor created, but we are actually not going to create the constructor in this way. Why? We already did all that. Well, because we're using Android View binding. So that means that we've got to use a binding object as a constructor here. Okay, so I'm just going to delete item view colon view. So instead of that, I'll write val adapter binding colon users item binding. See, so the user's item binding here is created automatically. Now, you, of course, can write any name that you want instead of adapter binding, but just remember what you do. And then finally, instead of the item view here, I'll write adapter binding.root. Okay, so now we'll be able to directly access the text view components in the user's item design using the adapter binding object. Now, in addition to that, if you want to, you can put the curly braces for the inner class. That was a good idea. Okay, so the inner class is now ready. So now we will inherit the user's adapter class that we created from the recyclerView.adapter class. Now also inside the tags, I can write usersadapter.usersViewHolder. And as you can see, Android Studio throws up a warning again because there are methods that we need to implement. Great. So just click on the little red lamp. I'll choose Implement Members. Okay, so there are 3 different methods that we've got to implement, and just to add all 3 of these methods. All right, so the required methods were added. Now let's do the necessary operations that we need for the onCreateViewHolder function. So if we did not use Android View binding in our project, we would create an object from the View class here and transfer the user's item design to this object. But you see, since we do use View binding in our project, we will use the user's item binding here. Let me show you. We'll start by writing the necessary code immediately, val binding. And you can give this object a different name. For example, you can write the name view again. But after the equal sign, I'll write user's item binding dot inflate. So the inflate function will take 3 parameters. The first parameter will be the layout inflator dot from. I also write parent dot context inside the parentheses. The parent object is the object of the view group here. Second parameter will be the parent again. Third parameter will also be false. Now, did you notice the onCreateViewHolder function returns an object of the type usersViewHolder? That's why I'm writing return usersViewHolder. Now, in addition to that, the user's viewHolder class will be getting a binding object from the user's item binding class as a parameter. So for this reason, I'll write binding in parentheses. Okay, so that's all you have to do to finish out that method. So now we can do the necessary operations for the getItemCount method. Now this should also return the number of elements of ArrayList. See, the more elements the ArrayList will have, the more data will be displayed in the recycler view. So I'll write return userslist.size. Okay, so now let's show the data on the screen. In the onBindViewHolder function, I will transfer the data in the arrays to the components. Of course, we cannot directly access the text views components here. So for this, we've got to use the holder object. So I just write holder.adapterBinding.textViewName.text. After the equal sign, I'll write the users list square brackets. Inside the square brackets, I'll write the variable position given as a parameter. All right, you see where we're going? After the square brackets, I'll write .username. Okay, so now we have printed the username to the text view component. So let's show the other information on the screen. For age, holder.adapterBinding.textViewAge.text equals userList square brackets position.userAge. And also, since the user age is an integer, we've got to convert it to string. So that's why I'm typing dot to string. Now for the email, holder.adapterBinding.textViewEmail.text equals users list square brackets position.userEmail. And with that, our adapter class is ready. So guess what? There is just one last thing we need to do. We got to send that data from the main activity to the adapter class. But we're going to do that next time. So we're going to take a short break here and pick it up where we leave off in the next video. I'll see you then. All right. Hello, my friends. So previously, we created the adapter class, and now what we want to do is send the data that we retrieved from the database to the adapter class and display the data in the recycler view. So why don't we just spare any thoughts, open up Android Studio, and write some code. So open up the main activity. And first of all, I will create an array list of type model class in the global area. Okay? Val user list equals array list users. Also, I'm going to create an object from the adapter class. Late init var users adapter : users adapter. All right, so now let's continue inside the retrieve data from database function. Now, you got to remember, right, in our previous lessons, we retrieved the data from the database, displayed it in the logcat window. And of course, the more data there is in the database, the more the for each loop here will work and transfer the data to the user variable here each time. But we should also transfer the data that we obtained in each loop to the array list. All right, so that's why I'm typing in user list.add user right here. See, that way all the data in the database will be transferred to the array list as an object of the users class. So now we got to send this array list to the adapter class. Just outside the if statement, I will initialize the users adapter object that we created above. Cool? Users adapter equals users adapter. I'll write the constructor parameters in parentheses. First parameter will be context. And here I'll write this at main activity. Second parameter will be the array list. So that's why I'll write user list. Now let's define this adapter to the recycler view, but first we'll need to specify how that data will be displayed. main binding.recyclerview.layoutManager equals, and we will display the data from top to bottom in a single column. Therefore, we will use Linear Layout Manager. Right after the equal sign, I'll type Linear Layout Manager, this at main activity. All right, very cool. So now we can add the adapter to the recycler view. Main binding.recyclerview.adapter equals user's adapter. All right, so hey, guess what? We've now done all the necessary action to show the data in recycler view. So we can go ahead and run the application and see what it looks like. So there the application opens, and did you see the data is shown in the recycler view, right? So now I want to add the new data. So let's click on the floating action button. The add user activity opens. Let's enter some information in the fields here. So the name will be Ronaldo, age 35, and email ronaldo@gmail.com. And then I click the Add User button. All right, so see, a new user's been added to the database, but did you notice the data is printed twice? Well, there is an actual reason why that data is printed twice, even though only one user gets added to the database. Because we need to clean the array list in the onDataChange function. All right, so I want to show you that detail right now. So if you use value event listener while retrieving the data, you really should delete your data list before reading the data. Make sense? If you use the child event listener while reading the data, this operation is not necessary. So you can even pass the data directly to the array list without using the for each loop. So I want to take a quick look at each child event listener's functions. And if you press the Control key on the keyboard and click on the child event listener class with the mouse, then you can access the place where this class is defined. Now, I want you to notice this class has different functions, such as onChildAdded, onChildChanged, onChildRemoved, onChildMoved, and onCanceled. So here it's already written which function is used for what. So the point I'm making here and what you need to pay attention to is, if you're going to use child event listener, if you write the codes that you wrote to read the data into onChildAdded, you can only read the data when the data is added. So when changes are made in the data, you must write the necessary code in the onChildChange function to read the current data, okay? Or when you delete the data, you should write similar code in the onChildRemoved function to read the updated data, okay? So if you want to work with value event listener in a single function, that is the onDataChange function, instead of working with so many different functions, you must first clear the array list in order to prevent the data from being printed more than once. So I'll show you how to do that now. So in the onDataChange function, before all the code, I'll write userList.clear. All right, so now let's see what happens when you run the application again. Okay, so now you see that the data gets printed only once. Let's see what happens when you add a new user. So we'll let this user's name be Mary, age 23, email address will be mary@gmail.com. Click Add User. Okay, the data gets added to the database and each was printed only once. Okay, so there you go. You've learned how to add data to the Firebase real-time database, to retrieve that data that we added, and then show that data that we retrieved on the recycler view. So a short break here, and next time when we come back, we'll update any selected data. So I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello, my friends. Welcome back. Now, previously, we successfully retrieved data from the database and displayed that data that we received from the database in the user interface, that is, on the recycler view. So right now, what we're going to do is figure out how to update the data of a selected user. All right, so let's just get started because I know you want to. So let's, first of all, think about what's going to happen here. When the user clicks on any item on the recycler view, we need to send the user's data to the update user activity. So therefore, we will need to do this in the user's adapter class. Within the onBindViewHolder function, we should add the click listener to each item on the recycler view. Now, do you remember we had to design something called user's item? And our main layout in this design was linear layout. In addition to all that, the ID of this linear layout is also linear layout. And we're going to add a click listener to this linear layout. All right, so in the onBindViewHolder function, I'll write holder.adapterBinding.linearLayout.set onClickListener. Using intent, we will send the data of the selected user to the update user activity. Val intent equals intent. The intent class will take two parameters. The first is context of the package. So I write context here. And I'm sure you remember we defined this context object in the constructor of this class. All right, cool. So let's continue. With the second parameter of the intent class will be update user activity :class.java. Now let's add the data that we send to the intent object using the putExtra function. So I write intent.putExtra. The putExtra function basically takes two parameters. The first is a keyword. The second is the data itself that we'll send. So first I want to send the user ID because I will need that ID when updating the data. Therefore, I will write ID in the first parameter. And the second parameter will be userList square brackets position.userID. Okay, so let's send the username. Intent.putExtra. The keyword can be name. And the data I will send will be userList square brackets position.username. All right, so now let's go ahead and send the user age. Intent.putExtra. The keyword can be age. And the data I will send will be userList square brackets position.userAge. And we'll send the user email. Intent.putExtra. The keyword can be email, and the data I will send will be userList square brackets position.userEmail. Now finally, I've got to start the intent with the startActivity function. Of course, we cannot use the startActivity function directly here. So for this, we're going to need to use the context object, context.startActivity intent. All right, so we send the data to the update user activity. Now, let's get the data that we sent in the update user activity. So open up the update user activity. I'm going to get this data that I sent in the onCreate and print it to the relevant components. But if you want to, we can go ahead and create a new function for that as well. Why don't we do that? So we'll let the name of this function be getAndSetData. All right, so we'll first take the username and pass it to a variable. Val name equals intent.getStringExtra. The keyword was name. Now let's take the user age and pass it to a variable. Val age equals intent.getIntExtra. Keyword was age, and the default value can be 0. And remember, since the variable age is an integer, we got to convert it to string. So here I'm writing dot to string. And finally, we'll get the user email. Val email equals intent.getStringExtra, and the keyword was email. All right, so let's go ahead and print the data that we received to the components. Update user binding dot edit text update name dot set text name. Update user binding dot edit text update age dot set text age. Update user binding dot edit text update email dot set text email. All right, so yeah, we've now printed the data of the selected user to the relevant components. So now let's call this function in the onCreate function. Also, we got to change the name of this activity in the action bar. So just above this function, I'll write support action bar question mark dot title equals quotation mark update user. And why don't we just go ahead and run so that we can look at this application in action. So there it is, open, and just click on any user, right? So the update user activity opens and the data has been successfully written to the relevant components. All right, so now that we can write the necessary code to update the data, we're going to take a whole video for that. So I'll see you on the other side of this one, all right? We'll write code on the other side. See you then. All right, hello, my friends. So previously, we sent the data selected by the user to the update user activity. And in addition to that, in the update user activity, we received the data that we sent and printed it to the relevant components. So now it's time for this video where we will write the necessary code to update the data. All right, so let's do it. Now, when the user clicks the Update User button, we should update the data. So first of all, let's add a click listener to the Update User button. Update user binding dot button update user dot set on click listener. And we'll write the necessary code for the update process here, but I do want to create a new function to update the data. All right, and then we're going to call that function here. So the name of this function can be update data. And first I got to get the updated data from the user and pass them to a variable. Val updated name equals update user binding dot edit text update name dot text dot to string. So now let's grab the user's age. Val updated age equals update user binding dot edit text update age dot text dot to string. And also, since age is an integer, need to convert it to an integer. So here I'll write dot to int. Cool. So let's get the email. Val updated email equals update user binding dot edit text update email dot text dot to string. And then finally, we got to pass the user ID to a variable. Now, if you remember, we sent the user ID to this activity with intent. So val user ID equals intent.getStringExtra, and the keyword was ID. All right, my friends, so we've got the updated data. We've transferred it to the variables. Now we'll need to pass these variables to a variable from the map class, because the data is kept in the Firebase database as key value. So do you remember we can transfer the data to the variable in the form of key values by using the map class? Yeah, of course you do. So here, I just need to create a variable from the map class. Val user map equals mutable map of, and inside the tags, we need to specify the type of key and value. So the key will be of the type string, and that's why I'm writing string here. And value can actually be of any type, so string or integer. So I'll just write any as a second parameter. So now we're going to pass the variables to the user map respectively. So first of all, I will transfer the user ID. user map square brackets, and inside parentheses, we should write the keyword as a string expression. But the keyword you will write in parentheses must be the same as the names that you specify in the user's model class. See, that's why you got to remember these names. See, otherwise the update process will just be stymied and people will scratch their heads. But you won't, because you know what you're doing, right? So copy me. I'm typing user ID in square brackets. All right, so after the equals, we should write the value. So I'll write the variable user ID. Also, we got to determine the type of this variable. So I'll write dot to string. And now let's add the username. User map, square brackets, quotation mark, username equals updated name. And we'll add the user's age, user map, square brackets, quotation mark, user age equals updated age. Finally, let's add the user email, user map, square brackets, quotation mark, user email equals updated email. Very cool, very cool. So now we can actually do the update process. But first, we have to create an instance of the database in the global area. Val database Firebase database equals Firebase database.get instance. All right, so now we'll create an object from this database reference class. Val myReference database reference equals database.reference.child myusers. You follow? So now we can access the myusers child using the myReference object and update the data. So here I write myReference.child user ID. And because we can determine which user will be updated thanks to the ID, if you remember, we created each user under the ID, that is the unique key. So therefore here we first reach the ID of the user to be updated. Okay, so we'll continue with that. Dot update children. Now notice that the update children function gets an object from the mutable map class. So here I'm writing user map object. Okay. In fact, at this point in time, the data is being updated, but we can also add the add on complete listener so that we can follow the result of the operation and show a toast message to the user. And you know what I'll also do here is I'll create a lambda representation with the task parameter. All right, so now let's create an if statement. So if the task is successful, we can display a toast message to the user. Toast.makeText application context, the message can be the user has been updated. Toast.lengthShort.show. Also, after the data is updated, we should close this activity and open the main activity. So therefore, I will call the finish function here. All right, guys, so the update data function is ready. So why don't we call this function in the click listener of the update user button. Okay, so now we can run it and test and see what it looks like. So the application opens. I'll choose the username Ronaldo. Update user activity is open and data is written to components. So now let's change his data a little bit. Let's let his name be Cristiano Ronaldo. And let's call it 50 years old. And the email address will be cristianoronaldo@gmail.com. And also I want to open the database before updating the data. Okay, so we can now click the Update User button. And as you can see, the toast message appears. The data has been updated in both the database and in the application. Pretty cool, my friends. So you've made it this far. That's how the update process in Firebase real-time database is done. So I'm going to take a short break here, and when we come back in the next video, we're going to delete that selected user. All right? I'll see you in the next video. And we're back. All right, so hello everyone. So now in this video, we are going to learn how to delete a user from the database, just like I promised, and we're going to be using the application, of course. So the delete operation will be done on the recycler view when you swipe left or right on the user, right? So I want to just move on over to Android Studio and continue from there. All right, so last time we worked on the update user activity, and the deletion process will be in the main activity. So I want to open up the main activity. Now for the swipe left or right, we're just going to use the item touch helper class. So I'll call the item touch helper class inside the onCreate method, just below the click listener of the floating action button. I'll write item touch helper. All right, so this class will take simple callback as a parameter. So I will call the item touch helper dot simple callback in parentheses. Okay, so this is an abstract class, and we cannot create an instance of an abstract class, right? You probably saw that coming. So for this, we'll make use of the object keyword, which is the object of the anonymous class. So at the beginning of this class, I'll write object and drop in a colon. This class will activate the swipe to right or left in the recycler view. And there are a couple of methods that we're going to have to implement here. I want to implement these methods. So one of them is the onMove method. The other one is the onSwipe method. I'll click the OK button to implement these functions. The onMove method is used for dragging and dropping in Android. For example, you could hold an item with your finger and drag it over to the trash can, right? But for this video right now, we're just going to use the onSwiped method. Okay, so meanwhile, the simple callback method gives us a warning. So that means I have to assign some values here. So I'll write in here which direction that I want it to swipe. I'll write 0 into the first parameter. So this value is for drag and drop, right? I'm not going to use this method, and that's why I put in a 0. All right, so after the comma, I'll determine in which direction that I want to support swiping. So I'm just going to type in item touch helper dot left, and that means that a swipe will run to the left. So after that, I'll just write or. So with this, I can also add the right swipe. All right, so I'm writing item touch helper dot right, and this is going to be a swipe that runs over to the right. You know how these things work, and now you know how to write the code. All right, so currently the recycler view will support dragging left and right. I will do the deletion in the onSwipe method though. So I'm going to write in here viewholder.adapterPosition. All right, so this code will determine which element that we want to delete. So that is the position of the element. But we do need the ID of the user in this position, not the position information. Understand? Yeah. We will do the deletion process according to the ID. So for this reason, well, we're going to need to learn the ID of the user in the selected position. Now we can learn this with a simple function that we'll write in the user's adapter class. So I open the user's adapter class, and I'm writing a new function under the getItemCount function. I'm writing fun get user ID, and see how this function will take the position parameter of type integer. So I'll write position : int. All right, so this method will detect the position of the element to be deleted. Also, this function must return a string because the type of the ID is string. So I just write :string. All right, very cool. So inside this function, I'll write return user list, square bracket, position.userid. So as a result, we're going to give this function a position parameter. This function will also return the ID information of the user at that position. That is, it will give us the ID of the user that we want to delete. All right, so now we can return to the main activity. So I'll delete this part, and instead of it, I'll write usersadapter.getUserID. See, so this way, the getUserID method will work from the usersadapter class. Then inside parentheses, I'm writing viewHolder.adapterPosition. All right, so thus we detect the ID of the user that we want to delete. So now let's pass this into a variable. So right here at the beginning of the code, I'll write valID. Terrific. So now let's delete the user under this ID from the database. So for this, we will use the myReference object that we created in the previous lessons. myReference.child. Inside the parentheses, I'll write ID. And lastly, for the deletion process, I'll call the .removeValue function. Okay, so thus the selected user will be deleted. So you know what? You can always show a toast message to the user. Toast.makeText application context. So this message can be the user was deleted or, you were successful, whatever you want to say. Toast.length short, and lastly, .show. All right, then finally, we will need to connect the item_touch_helper method to the recycler view. So for this, at the end of the method, I'm writing .attach to recycler view main binding .recycler view. And what do you think? Deletion is actually that simple. But I do want to show you how it works, so let's run it and test. So you can see the application opens, and I'll also open the database. Okay, so now I can just swipe any user to the right from here, and as you can see, the user gets deleted both from the database and the application. And likewise, I can just swipe over to the left, and the user gets deleted once again. So either way, it's gone. All right, so that's how you delete a single user. We can, of course, delete all data in the database all at once. But I'll tell you what, we're going to take a short break here, and we'll do all that deleting in the next lesson, all right? So I'll see you in the next one. Until then, have some fun. Drink some water. Do something that's really good for you. Well, I mean, this is really good for you, too. All right, I'll see you in the next video then. All right. Hello, my friends. So previously, we deleted the selected user from the database via the application. So now I want to show you how to delete all users from the database all at once. So for this process, we're going to create an options menu. So when we click the trash icon here, okay, first we will display an alert dialog. You know what? If the user clicks the yes button on the dialog, of course, all the data will be deleted, but we do have to give the user the choice, right? You sure you want to do this? Okay, so let's just go ahead and open up Android Studio and do it up. So first I want to create a menu folder for the options menu. So I'll right-click to the res folder in the project directory, select new Android resource directory. All right, so it's in this window from the resource type section. I just want to select the menu option. And the directory name will also be menu. Cool. So now I'll just click OK, and the menu folder gets created under the res folder. So now I want to create a new design file under this menu folder. So just right-click and select new menu resource file, right? Now here we'll name the file, and the name can be menu delete all. And lastly, click OK. Cool. So now the new design menu file was created. So what we'll do is add a menu item to the component tree. Okay, so we'll give an ID to this item. ID can be delete all. Also, we'll define the title. The title can be delete all users. Okay. So now we'll just add an icon to this menu item. Now you do remember, right? We created a trash icon already under the drawable folder in our previous lessons. So the name of this icon is delete icon. Now I want to add this icon to the menu item. So I'll click here. From this window, I'll select the trash icon. And lastly, I will use the show as action property. So here, I just want to select the always and with text as my options. Okay, so you see the icon always is going to appear in the action bar now. And if there's a place, the title of the menu item will also appear with the icon. Okay, so now that's the menu design. Let's go ahead and call this design in the main activity. So outside the onCreate function, firstly, I'll override the onCreate options menu function. And inside this function, we will inflate the menu design. So I write menu inflator dot inflate. The inflate function will take two parameters. The first parameter will be the path of the menu design. So I'll write r.menu.menu delete all. The second parameter will be the menu object given as the parameter. And lastly, I'll change the return part to return true. All right. So the onCreate options menu is now ready. We will also override another function though. And the name of this function is the onOptionsItemSelected. Right, so in this function, we're going to do the necessary action when the user clicks the trash icon. So first, I need to create an if statement. If item.itemID, the item is the parameter of the menu item. If the item.itemID equals to r.id.delete all, we can do the necessary action here. All right, so now let's write the necessary code to delete all users when the user clicks the trash icon in the top menu. So I'll create a dialog message here. Of course, let's create a function for the dialog message and call that function here. Name of the function can be show dialog message. All right, so now let's create this function. Fun show dialog message. Now let's create the dialog message inside this function. Val dialog message equals alert dialog dot builder this. All right, so let's add a title. Dialog message dot set title. The title can be delete all users. And now let's add a message. Dialog message dot set message. And the message can be, well, whatever you want it to be. You know how these things work. But something along the lines of, if you click yes, all users will be deleted. If you really want to delete a specific user, you can just swipe on that item. You know, that's what you want to delete, right or left. This is going to delete it all, pal. Okay? All right, so let's go ahead and create a negative button now. Dialog message dot set negative button. The text of the button can be cancel. All right. Second parameter will be click listener. So I press Control space on the keyboard, Command space if you're on Mac, and select the onClick listener function with curly braces. Now, if the user clicks the cancel button, will close a dialog window. So that's why I'm going to use the dialog interface parameter here. So that's why I'm typing dialog interface.cancel. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the positive button. Dialog message.set positive button. Name of the button can be yes. And we will also add a click listener. And if the user clicks the yes button, all those users are going to be deleted. So here we'll use the myReference object again. So I'm writing myReference.removeValue. Okay. In fact, at this stage, all users will be deleted, but we can add the add-on-complete listener. In this way, they'll be able to follow the result of the operation and then show a toast message to the user. Hey, it's all done, whatever. Also, here, I'm just creating a lambda representation with a task parameter. Okay, so let's just create an if statement. If the task is successful, first we'll notify the adapter about changes. So for this, I'll write users adapter.notify data set changed. Also, we can display a toast message to the user. Toast.makeText. Application context. The message can be all users were deleted. Toast.lengthShort.show. All right, so finally, we'll need to create and show that dialog message. So for this, I'll write dialog message.create.show. That's it. Now, why don't we run the application and see what it looks like? So you see the application opens. Also, I want to open the Firebase real-time database so that you can watch that concurrently. All right, so right now, we just have the 2 users in the database. So I'll click on the trash icon. Dialog window opens. Let's click the cancel button first. And you can see the dialog window closes. So we'll click on the trash again. This time I'll click on yes. And just like that, we see all the users have been deleted, both from the database and the application. If you want to, you can just add a user after that. So I'm going to do that. Let's call him David, age 20, and the email can be david@gmail.com. Okay, so when I click the Add User button, as you can see, the new user gets added to the database again. So that's good. It all works. All right, so that's the details on how to add, delete, and update your data in the Firebase real-time database using this application. Cool? So it's useful, I know. Play around with it, though. See how you can expand it. It seems pretty simple at first, but you can easily apply these concepts to larger scale projects. And you see that way you'll be able to easily use the create, read, update, and delete operations. That's what we're talking about, which, well, we accept as basic database operations in every single one of your database applications, right? CRUD. It's got a good connotation, doesn't it? Anyway, my friends, we're going to take a short break here. But next time when we come back, we're going to start Firebase authentication. All right? See you next time. Hello to everyone. So in this video, we are going to practice performing authentication using Firebase. Now, what we mean by authentication is to enable users to log into the application just by entering their email address and a password, or by entering their phone number and a password. So in this way, you can give your users customized information. So as you know, the number of applications logged in this way is huge now. And this is a great way for personal information to be protected, because you do want to protect your users after all. Now, if different people want to log into the same application from the same device, anyone can access their own information by logging in with their own email address and password. For example, when users log into an application with their email address and password, then everyone can see each other's emails within the same application. So in the meantime, users can access their data from anywhere, thanks to server-based applications such as Firebase. The user can log into the application from any device with his or her own email and password and view their mail or messages. However, if your application is not server-based, users can only access its data from their device. So for this reason, developing applications with Firebase will provide us greater advantages. I'll give you another example. In let's say a book reading program, the user can continue from each of their devices thanks to this authentication. And again, you can do the authentication process in many ways just by using Firebase. In other words, you can perform not only authentications with email and password, but also authentications by sending a code to the phone number, or authentication through applications such as Google, Facebook, and Twitter, etc. Now, in fact, you can do these operations not only with Firebase, but also through other servers. However, Firebase will allow you to perform these operations just by writing a few lines of code in Android Studio without having to deal with the server side. So for that reason, Firebase especially facilitates the work of mobile developers. So in this chapter, we're going to learn how to authenticate just by entering the email address and the password using Firebase, and send a single-use message to the phone number in order to authenticate. So first, we're going to start with the login process using email and password. Well, hello everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for wanting to further your knowledge, and further your knowledge with me you will. So previously, we gave some of the information about authentication. So in this video, I want to show you how to perform the authentication process with an email address and password using Firebase. So I know you want to do this. Let's get started. I'm sure you remember, hopefully, previously we developed the user registration app using Firebase Real-Time Database. So in this application, we added data to the database, displayed the data that we added on the recycler view. We also performed operations such as deleting and updating. So we have this project that we integrate with Firebase. Well done. Good job. But we can also continue through this project for authentication as well. So, it's up to you, though. You can always create a new project. It's always good to get your practice in. But anyway, let's get to it. First of all, I just want to show you the authentication process as it looks through the application. So when you're here on the login page, there are two edit texts. First one is for email, second one is for the password. So if the user has created an account before, it's going to automatically write its email address and password in the relevant fields and log into the application just by clicking the sign in button. If the user has not created an account before, well, they're just going to click the sign up button here to create an account, and the sign up activity will be opened. Okay. Now we're going to write our email address in the first edit text. Also, write in the password in the second edit text. So by clicking the sign up button, an account will be created for the user and the login activity will be reopened. So let's put in some information in the fields. I'm writing in alex@gmail.com. And also a 6-digit password. Okay, so let's now click sign up. All right, so as you can see, the account is created and a toast message gets displayed. So now let's log into the application using this email and password. alex@gmail.com. Enter in the password, and I'll click the sign in button, and see, there you have it. That's a successful login to the app. So now let me show you how to develop this one. So first up, I want to create two activities. The first one is for the sign-in process. So I'll just right-click on this project package folder and select New Activity, Empty Activity. And the name of this activity can be Login Activity. Also, this activity will be the launcher activity, right? Because the login activity should be visible to the user when the application is first opened. And I want to click Finish to create it. Okay, so activity is now been created. So what I want to do is open the manifest file because now both our main activity and login activity appear as launcher activity. You get it? Cool. So we need to fix this in the manifest file. See? Tricked you. So let's just open up the manifest file. And if you notice that intent filter tags, you see, these are available in both main activity and login activity. So I want to delete the intent filter tags in the main activity. So yeah, currently only the login activity is the launcher activity. If you want to, we can first, well, create the design of it. So let me show you. Here we have a design. This is a login page where the user will enter their email address and password. So I am going to add email edit text for the email address. I'll also add one password edit text for the password. Now I'm also adding two buttons that I will use to log in after entering the user's information and the sign-up process. You get it? So we'll actually organize these components a little bit, right? A little crowded. So first I want to select both these edit texts. I will change some of the common properties, and the width of the edit text can be 300 dp. Let's put the height at 55 dp. I'm also going to increase the text size. So now the text size can be 20 sp. Text color, I'm going to make it black. So let's just add a hint to these edit texts, right? So for the hint section of the first edit text, I'll write, enter your email. For the hint section of the second edit text, enter your password. Okay, so that's clear enough. Now let's change some of the common properties of the buttons. So this is what happens. I'll select the buttons, and the width of the buttons can be 150, the height, how about 55 dp? Also, I'll increase the text size just a little bit, and the text size of the button can be 18 sp. So I'll change the text of the buttons. So I'll write sign in the text section of the first one. And for this one, I'll just write sign up in the text section. So now, very importantly, we'll give an ID to the components. For the ID of the first edit text, I'll write edit text email sign in. The second one, edit text password sign in. And the ID of the first button, I'll just write button sign in. And the second button ID, I'll write button sign up. All right. So that looks pretty good, but I do want to, lastly, since the main layout is the constraint layout, I will define the constraints of these components. So what I first want to do is center all the components on the horizontal plane. Okay, so now let's define the vertical constraints. I will pin the first edit text to the top of the parent, and the top constraint value can be 50 dp. I'll pin the second edit text to the bottom of the first edit text, and the top constraint value I'll make 20 dp, and pin the first button to the bottom of the second edit text, and the top constraint value I'll make that 50. And lastly, I'll pin the second button at the bottom of the first button. The top constraint value can be 20 dp. All right, so if the user is already a member, well, they'll be able to log in by entering the email address and password, right? However, if the user is not a member, well, clicking on the sign up button, this has got to open up a new page. All right, so I have to create another activity, but we'll create it now. No time like the present. All right, so the name of this new activity will be maybe sign up activity. I want to create this activity just by pressing the finish button. All right, so the sign up activity is ready, but it needs a little design. Now, since this activity will be a new member page or new user, whatever, we've got to add to edit text where the user will enter email and password. All right, so we've got to add one button. So I want to copy the design of the login activity and paste it here. Cool. So I can open the code section of the login activity, copy two edit text and one button. So now we can paste them into that sign up activity. And of course, we'll need to change a couple of things. We'll change the ID of these components. So the ID of the first edit text will be edit text email sign up. ID of the second edit text will be edit text password sign up. And the ID of the button will be button sign up user. Also, I want to change the text of the button. Good call. The text will be sign up. All right, so you know what? The design, it's not visually very pleasing, is it? But, it's just down and dirty. I don't want to take up too much time. You can play around with the design if you want. I know that you can, but do it when you come back to this lesson. Right now, I want to show you how we start the authentication process. Okay? So first, I want to open up the sign up activity when the user wants to become a new member. So for this, we will write the necessary code in login activity. Okay, so first, need to define the view binding in this activity. So here I'll write late init var login binding : activity login binding. Now, hopefully you remember when we added view binding to our project, activity login binding was created automatically. So now we can define it. So just below the super dot on create, I'll write login binding equals activity login binding dot inflate layout inflator. Now in the next line, let's create a variable named view. All right, login binding dot root just to the right of the equals. And then finally, I can pass the view parameter to the set content view function. All right, so now we can access the components in the login activity using the login binding object. So we can add a click listener to the buttons in the login page. Login binding dot button sign in dot set on click listener. Login binding dot button sign up dot set on click listener. Okay, so now when the user clicks the sign up button on the login page, the sign up activity should open. And I'll do this with the intent class. This at login activity, sign up activity, : class.java. Then I write start activity intent. Right? So now when the user clicks on the sign up button, the sign up activity will open. So we'll first define the view binding in the sign up activity. Late init var sign up binding : activity sign up binding. Now just below the super dot on create, I'll write sign up binding equals activity sign up binding dot inflate layout inflator. Very cool. In the next line, let's create a variable named view. So I'll write sign up binding dot root just to the right of the equal sign. And now I can pass the view parameter to the set content view function. All right, so now we can access the components in the sign up activity using the sign up binding object. So now let's add a click listener to the sign up button in the sign up page. Sign up binding dot button sign up user dot set on click listener. Okay, Now, before we wrap it up here, I'll define the login activity in the manifest file as the parent activity of the sign-up activity. Okay, so I'll just open up the manifest file. Now here in the XML tag of the sign-up activity, I'll write Android parent activity name equals login activity. So now let me show you what this line of code does on the app. So let's go ahead and run the application and have a look at how the operations progress so far. Application opens. Clicking the sign up button opens the sign up activity. Yay. Now, let's say the user wants to give up and return to the login page again. Well, they can just by pressing the back button. See this upper left-hand corner? So the definition in the manifest file automatically adds a back button. See how that works? Okay. Just in case you were wondering, hey, I don't remember writing that in. All right, so that's looking pretty good. So now we've got to write the codes related to the membership of the user. But I'll tell you what, why don't we just take a short break, and I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello everybody. Thanks for coming back. I know you're chomping at the bit now. So previously we created the login and sign up activity, and we did the design of these activities. Maybe you cleaned it up a little bit. You made it look much more beautiful. But like I say, this is about code. So now we're going to write the necessary code for the sign up process. Let's get to it. But before we actually start writing any code to be written for this user to be a member, we should also do some operations on the Firebase side. Hopefully you remember we were last in the real-time database section. So we'll do the sign in and sign up process in the authentication section. Okay, just want to be clear. So I want to open up the authentication section. And if you see a Get Started button when you click on the authentication section, well, you can access this page by clicking the Get Started button. Makes sense? See, so on this page, I want to open the Sign In Method section. And here in this section, you should activate which methods that you want the user to log in with. So here are the options: log in with email and password, log in with phone number verification, log in with a Google account, Facebook or Twitter, many, many more. But we're keeping it simple for the moment, and we will activate the email and password section. So I'll just click email and password. So this section is currently closed. But if you select enable and press the save button, you will now be able to authenticate via email and password through the application. All right, so after you do that, we can write the necessary code to become a member of this application in Android Studio. So I want to open up Android Studio. Now, to use the authentication feature of Firebase, we should add the Firebase authentication library to our Android project. So for this, just want to open the Firebase Assistant in Android Studio. And from the top menu, I'll select Tools and Firebase Options. And you see here, the Firebase Assistant has an authentication section. So from this authentication section, I want to click Authenticate using Custom Authentication System with Kotlin. All right, so if you click here, it just explains to you the steps that need to be taken. So obviously the first step is the integration of the application with Firebase, which we've already done before. Hopefully you remember. Second one is the Gradle library needs to be added. So I want to click this button. So here the Firebase auth library will now be added. I'll click Accept Changes. All right, so as you're seeing, Android Studio adds the necessary library. So I want to show you what this looks like from the Gradle file. So here the Firebase auth library has been added. And once you double check that, we can now write the Kotlin codes. So I'm going to close this menu. First, we'll create the necessary codes for the sign up part in the sign up activity. Now we've defined the view binding for the sign up activity. We also added a click listener to the sign up button. All right, so that stuff is done, but thinking about what this application is doing, right, when the user clicks the sign up button, well, we're going to need to get the data entered by the user. That is, of course, the email and password. So here I will write val user email equals sign up binding dot edit text email sign up dot text dot to string. I'll also get the password. Val user password equals sign up binding dot edit text password sign up dot text dot to string. Okay, so once that's done, let's do the membership process. But I do want to create a new function below and do it in that function. I will then call the function in the click listener. Okay, so the name of the function can be sign up with Firebase. Also, this function will take two parameters. Parameters will be user email and user password. For the first parameter, I just write user email :string. And the second parameter, user password :string. Now, before doing anything else here, I have to create an object from the Firebase auth class in the global area. And that goes like this: val auth :Firebase auth equals Firebase auth dot get instance. And I'm going to use this auth object to sign up. All right, so the codes that I need to write in this method are available in the Firebase Assistant menu. So let's just look at the code from there. I'll open up the Firebase Assistant again. Now from the 7th section, I'll click the link here to open the complete guide for custom authentication. And see on this page, I'll click password authentication from the left of the page. So it's here on this page you can find the necessary code. All right, so here is that necessary code for email and password authentication. Now you can, of course, copy these, but instead of copying from here, I really do prefer to write them together in Android Studio. So I'll show you how to do that when you go back to Android Studio. So in this sign up with Firebase function, I write auth dot create user with email and password. See, so that function automatically creates a user account in Firebase. And this function takes the email and password entered by the user as a parameter to create the account. So that means for us, inside this parenthesis, I'll write user email, user password. All right, so in fact, at this stage, the account is created. But wouldn't it make sense to add a complete listener to this function to track the result of the operation? See, so yeah, I'll write .add on complete listener at the end of the function. I'm also going to create a lambda representation with a task parameter inside curly braces. Now you remember, right, we've done this several times before with our real-time database operations. So it should look fairly familiar. Okay. So now the listener will check to see if the process has been completed. If the transaction is complete, well, we'll define the transactions to be performed in an if statement. So I'll write if the task is successful. If there's a problem creating the account is not open, we can define the actions to be performed in the else section, of course. For example, if the account can't be opened in the else section, well, we can give that user a warning. However, what actions do we want when the account is created? Well, we'll first show the user a toast message that its account's been created successfully. And that looks like toast.makeText, application context. And for the message, you can write whatever, but I'm writing your account has been created. Toast.lengthShort.show. So here I want to actually do another action. If the account has been successfully created, this page should be closed and the user should be directed to the section where they enter email address and password from the login page. All right. So for that, I just want to call the finish function. Okay, so now let's show a toast message to the user in the else section. Copy the same toast message, paste it into the else section. So you can write the message here if you want. But I, however, will show the reason for the error. So I just write in task.exception. The exception is nullable. And for this, I'll put a question mark. And lastly, .toString. All right. So let's call this function inside the click listener of the sign up button. So after writing sign up with Firebase here, I'm sending the parameters, user email and user password. All right, so now the application's membership creation section is ready. But why don't we just run it and see what it looks like and make sure it works. Okay, so there's the application open. So by pressing the sign up button, the sign up activity opens. I'll write in an email address in the email section and a password. And I'll click sign up. All right, so there's the toast message. Login activity opens, and that means the account was created. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check to see if the account is really open. So switch on over to Firebase. So we enabled the latest email and password, right? Now, if we switch to the users section here, we can see the account that we created. Of course, as the administrator of the application, I can see the email address entered by the user. Of course, I wouldn't be able to see the password. But from here, I can definitely see the date when the user created the account. And I can see the last entry date from this section. And here is the user UID. Now, this is a special code for each user. And by using this code, I can do many more things, like sending a private notification to the user or other things. So after we check all that, we'll now need to log into the application using the account created by the user. So we'll do all of that in the next video. I'll see you on the other side. Well, check it out. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming back. So previously, we performed the sign-up process. So right now in this video, we're going to perform the login process using this email and password. So why don't we just get started? So we're going to write the necessary code to log in using the account created by the user in the login activity. So let's go to the login activity. Now, once in here, of course, we've already described the view binding. We've also added a click listener to the buttons here, right? So we're going to do the login operation in the click listener of the sign in button. So we'll first get the email address and password entered by the user. Val user email equals login binding dot edit text email sign in dot text dot to string. Also get the password. Val user password equals login binding dot edit text password sign in dot text dot to string. And we will log in using this email address and password. I do want to create a separate function though for the sign in and then call the function here. So the name of the function can be sign in with Firebase. It'll also be a 2-parameter function. So the first parameter will be user email :string. And the other parameter will be user password :string. Okay, so now we can write the necessary codes in this function. We can find the necessary code for the login process from that Firebase documentation. All right, so on this page, under the sign in a user with email address and password, we can find the necessary code for sign in with an email and password. So, of course, if you want to, this time we can copy the codes from here. So I'll copy this code and then paste it into the method. Of course, there's some parts in these codes that I want to delete because we're not going to use it at this stage. Okay, so just like that, we get some errors here. All right, so we can go ahead and change the parameters of the sign in with email and password function. The parameters will be user email and user password. And as for the auth object, well, we can create an object from the Firebase auth class in the global area. So I'll write val auth :Firebase auth equals Firebase auth dot get instance. So let's examine the codes. The sign in with email and password function here compares the previously created account information with the account information currently entered. Makes sense, right? So if it is the same, it'll do the login process. But while doing this, it takes the email address and password as parameters. Then, with a complete listener, it checks to see whether all the information is complete. So if the transaction gets completed, we'll write the actions to be made in the if section, right? So if login is not done, for example, well, the email and password are not the same or whatever, we will define those actions to be performed in the else section. And if the email and password are entered correctly and it gets logged in, well, we'll define those operations to be performed. You know how it works? Okay, so if the user entered the email address and password correctly here, a new page should open up, right? So this page will be the home page of the application, which is the main activity for us. All right, so the user can be directed to the section that they want from the home page. So that means that we will open the main activity with intent. Val intent equals intent this at login activity main activity :class.java. And lastly, start activity intent. Now also, when switching to a new page, I want to call the finish function to close this page. And again, we can show a toast message to the user. Toast.makeText application context. The message can be sign in is successful. Toast.lengthShort and .show. Also, we can show a toast message to the user in the else section. In the message, I'll write task.exception :.toString. All right, so now we could say our sign in with Firebase function's ready. So we can call this function inside the click listener of the sign in button. I'll also write its parameters: user email, user password. All right, very cool. So now let's run it, see what happens. All right. So now let's see the application opens. And in order to log into the application, I've got to write the email and password that I entered when I signed up. I'll write the email address, write the password, and click sign in. Main activity opens. Login activity is closed. Toast message has now appeared. Very cool. So obviously, the authentication process in Firebase using email and password is working. Next time, we're going to learn, how the user can log in without entering the email address and password each time when logging into their application, or the one that you've developed. All right, so see you on the other side of this. We'll get to work. Well, hello there, everybody. So welcome back, because right now, in this video, I'm going to show you how the user can log in without entering their email address and password every time when logging into the application. So in other words, once that user enters their email address and password, the application is not going to ask for the email and password again until they log out, let's say. Because you know what? What a real pain, right? Users don't want to always have to enter passwords in emails when they're entering the application every single time, especially if it's several times a day or whatever. So anyway, facilitating the login process will increase your user's experience. I know it increases mine. So I want to show you how this system works when you view it through the application before we write it out, okay? So I do want to explain that some virtual devices may have some problems with authentication. So if you experience any of those problems with a virtual device, and if your code is actually correct, it really is useful to just go ahead and try it out on the real device. So I want to open up the demo project. Now, since this is the first attempt to open this application, it's going to ask me for an email address and password. So I enter email address and password with the user information that I created before. Click sign in. And the application gets launched. Great. So now I'll just close the application. Oh, but wait, I do want to open it again. And okay, so this time I go directly to the main activity. Didn't have to write in an email and password to log in again. All right, so when the user logs in using this device until the user signs out from the application, they're not going to be asked to enter that user email address and password again, right? So I do want to sign out though. So I wrote the sign out code in this application so that when I click on the sign out option under the options menu, it's going to log it out, okay? So in other words, when I click the sign out here, the user will log out of Firebase. So click sign out, user's logged out. So again, the sign in activity is open, all right? So I'll close the application again, and let's see if it's going to ask for email and password when I open it up again. So I'll open it up, and hey, there it is. It now asks for an email address and password. Cool. So I do want to show you how to add this feature into your application. So, in fact, I want to show both remembering if the user was already logged in and how to log out from the application. Because it's that logging out of the application, well, that can be as important as logging in, don't you think? Now, if the user doesn't actually exit from the application, the user's personal data can be stolen. Got to keep that in mind. So if it's like a bank application or something, that could have some serious side effects that you want to avoid. So you got to be very careful about these kinds of issues when you're developing an app. Just saying. Hopefully you already know that, but I do feel the responsibility to pass that info on in case you're just getting tuned in. All right, let's just get to developing because that's what we're here for. Now, of course, the process that we're doing is very important. It is very easy to do using Firebase. So we've already said that one of the most important features of Firebase is making server-based transactions easy. But I do want to, remind you of the level of responsibility that you have. So first, let's get to know the user while logging in. So we'll do this in the login activity. So that is this activity where the email address and password are entered. Let's have a look at the login activity, in fact. So we created the Firebase login function here. And hopefully you remember the lifecycle functions in Android. There was an onStart function in Android Studio. So we can write the necessary code in this function. So I'll override the onStart function. I'll do the user recognition process here. So here I create an object from the Firebase user class. Val_user, I name this object user. So I'm writing val_user equals auth.current_user. So you remember, right? We created an object from the Firebase auth class above. So now we get the user information using this object. Now, once the user enters the mail and password, Firebase auth keeps the user's information until the user logs out. So we can receive this information from Firebase while the application is opening. Now, if the user has already logged in, the user object will have a value. Now, when we check this user object with an if statement, so I'll just go ahead and write if the user not equals null, that is the actions to be taken if the user is already logged in. But let's think about it. What is the action that we're going to do? Open the main activity without opening the login page, right? So the page where the email and password will be entered is the login page. So the user will be checked in the onStart method. If the user has a value, this page just won't open. The main activity page will open, right? So we can open the main activity page using intent. Very cool. So I can copy the intent here, paste it into the if statement. See, that way the user recognition process has been completed. Now, let's sign out. So signing out in the main activity, I'll add another menu item into the options menu layout. So I open menu delete all.xml. I will add a menu item in the component tree. So let's give an ID to this item, and the ID can be sign out, right? And give it a title, so the title can also be sign out. That's fine. So I want to change the show as action property of the delete icon because I want to show 3 dots on the action bar. So when the user clicks the 3 dots on the action bar, the options will be shown. Okay, so for this reason, I will uncheck the always and with text options of the delete icon. Okay, so now the menu layout is ready. So why don't we go ahead and define this sign out item in the main activity. Now you do remember, right, we override the onCreateOptions menu and the onOptions item selected. So these are the functions in the main activity that we're overriding. So in the onCreateOptions menu function, we inflated the menu design. And in the onOptions item selected function, we created an if statement. And inside the if statement, we show the dialog message to the user to delete all users at once. Okay. Now that we're up to speed, we will now write the necessary codes for the sign out process in here. So I'll create another else if statement, else if item.itemID equal to r.id.signout, and we can now log out the user from the app. I'll write Firebase auth.getInstance.signout for this process. So the user will exit from Firebase and from the app just with this code. But of course, guess what? Not quite enough. All right, we're not there yet, but that's okay. We got to just think out the process a little bit more. So when the user logs out, this page must close, and the login page where the email address and password will be entered must be opened up again. So we'll do that using intent. Val intent equals intent this at main activity. Login activity :class.java. And in the next line, I write start activity intent. And I'll also call the finish function to close the page. Okay, so now the sign out process is complete. Let's go ahead and run it and check it out. All right, so there the application opens. And since the application opens for the first time, it'll ask for email and password. So I'll just enter the email and password. Clicking sign in, made the login. Now I'll close the application, open it up again. So this time it doesn't ask for email and password. Cool. So let's just press the sign out button and exit. And there you go. It returns to the login page. Well done, well done. So we've closed it out. But in the next video, I want to show you how to add a forgotten password option. Important as well. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, hello everybody. Hey, welcome back. In this video, we are going to set it up so that if the user forgets login information, well, we can just reset it pretty quickly right from the application. All right, so you know the drill, right? Probably happens to you. I know it's happened to me. Come on, be honest. If the user clicks the I forgot my password option in many applications, a password reset email gets sent to the email address that the user enters while signing up. So the user then enters a new password by clicking the link in this email. All right, so we can also perform these operations with Firebase, and we're going to learn how to integrate this system into our application. So why don't we just get started? All right, so we'll do this at the very place where the email and password get entered. So that is, of course, in the login activity. Here you can see the sign in, sign up options. So let's add a password reset option here. Now we are going to need one more button. So let's change some properties of the button. The width can be 300 dp, height can be 55 dp. And of course, we'll need to change the text of the button. And I'll write, I forgot my password in the text, okay? So, need to increase the text size a little bit. And let's give an ID to the button. And I'll just write in button forgot for the ID of the button, okay? Now last, I just want to define the constraints of the button. Need to center it though, don't you think, on the horizontal plane? And pin it to the bottom of the sign up button. Top margin value can be 20 dp. All right, so let's jet on over to the Kotlin side. First of all, I want to add a click listener to the button. Login binding.button forgot.set on click listener. Okay, so when the user clicks on the I forgot my password button, a new activity will open and the user will be able to enter the email address that they used while signing up. All right, pretty straightforward so far. So let's open up a new activity again with the intent method. Val intent equals intent. And the first parameter can be this, right? For the second parameter, I will write the name of the new activity. It can be forget activity. And in the next line, I will write start activity intent. And here's our Android Studio warning because we haven't yet created the forget activity yet. In fact, we can just make it right now. Okay. So right click the package folder and select new activity, empty activity options. Okay, so the name of this activity will be forget activity, forgot activity, whatever you want to write. And then, of course, you got to click the finish button. Okay, so now that the forget activity has been created, let's just design it out a little bit. So when you go into the design area, there will be one email edit text and one button. All right, so the user will enter the email and the edit text, and after clicking the button, we're going to have to send a password reset link to that email. So let's add the email edit text first. I'll add in a button. And I'll write enter your email address in the hints section of the edit text. Also write reset my password in the text of the button. Now, I want to give an ID to these components. I'll write edit text reset to the ID of the edit text. I'll also write button reset to the ID of the button. And lastly, I want to define the constraint values. So I'll select these two components and assign the constraint values automatically just by clicking the Infer Constraints icon. All right, now we can continue over to the Kotlin side. First of all, I want to define the view binding here. Late init var forget binding, activity forget binding. And here I'll write forget binding equals activity forget binding dot inflate layout inflator. And in the next line, I'll write val view equals forget binding dot root. And instead of the r dot layout dot activity forget, I can write view. You ought to be able to do this in your sleep by now, right? So what's next? Adding a click listener to the reset my password button. And what do you use? The forget binding object. Okay, now to start this password reset process in Firebase, first we'll need to create an auth object from the Firebase auth class above. Val auth Firebase auth equals Firebase auth dot get instance. Next, we'll need to take the email address entered by the user and assign it to a variable. Right, so inside the click listener of the button, I'll write val email equals forget binding dot edit text reset dot text dot to string. Now we will do the reset using this email address. Okay, so here I'll call the auth.sendPassword reset email function. This function will automatically send the password reset link to the user's email. Of course, this function will take the email address entered by the user as a parameter. So as you can see, the password reset process is, well, I would call this very easy with Firebase. You just write the required code on the mobile side, and Firebase server side automatically handles it. So let's add complete listener so that we can check to see whether the method gets done or not. Here I'll write .add on complete listener, and we'll add lambda representation with the task parameter. Now to check to see if the email gets sent, let's write if task dot is successful. So basically it means that if the task is successful, we'll define what will happen. So why don't we show a toast message to the user? So if you write in, we sent a password reset mail to your email address in the message section. We can quickly write out the rest of the toast message and then call the finish function to close the page. All right, so thus the application will return to the section where the email address and password will be entered. That is the login activity. So why don't we run the application and see what it looks like? Application opens. So I want to create a new membership before clicking I forgot my password button. So I'll write in a new email address and password in this section. And click sign up. So now a new membership's been created and the main activity opens. I'll need to log out. Okay, so we've returned to the login page. So why don't we check our new membership in Firebase? So when I refresh the page in Firebase, new membership appeared. So you can actually see the new email address that I registered with the application. Also, I want to show you this Gmail account. Okay, so this is the email address that I entered when signing up. So it's empty now. There is no email. But I'll also show the emulator here. Okay, So now I'll click, I forgot my password. So the forget password activity opens, and I'll write in here the email address where the reset email should be sent. And then when I click on reset my password, we return to the login page. Toast message indicating that an email was sent to the email address also shows up. So there you go. Now, did you notice, though, the password reset link also has been sent? So let me just open this email. Reset link is here, and click on the link. It opens a new page. Here on this page, we can enter in a new password. And when I press save, the password gets changed. Okay, so far so good. Let's go back to the application. Try logging into the application with this new password. Click sign in. Application is logged into with a new password. All right, so that's all very good. Now we can also customize this sent email in Firebase. So if you go to the template section, when we click the password reset option, we can see the draft of the email that will be sent to reset the password. So we can also change some of the language of the draft. I'll click on edit, right? This will give us the ability to customize the email. Sender section is the name that is sending this reset email, right? So you can actually write the name that you want to. For example, WhatsApp support can be written if you're doing the WhatsApp application. Just writing Oak Academy team. The from no reply section also defines the email address the user will see. So if you do want to send the email from a special or particular like support email address, you can define that here. I'm just writing user registration app. Okay. So in this section, if the user wants to send you an email, you can write the address to which the user's email will be sent, because the mail is sent to the user from the Firebase server. So if the user wants to ask you something at this stage, well, the email that you write here, that's where they can reply to you at. But I'm not going to write anything there for now. In this section, you can specify the subject of the email. And instead of the app name part, you can write the name of the application. So in other words, of course, you can write the name that you want to indicate to the user of whatever application the user is resetting the password of. So that's why I'm writing user registration app. Now, this is the draft of the message. You could customize it here to your delight. I'm just writing the application name here and here. Okay, so anyway, you got to press the save button, and the password reset emails will now be sent as customized. You can try it out yourself. All right, cool. So that is how you reset the password in Firebase. All right, see you in the next video. We still got more work to do. Did I say work? I mean fun. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back. So now in this video, we're going to learn how to log into the application using Firebase. That is, how to authenticate by sending a one-time message to the person's phone. All right, so you know this, right? Many applications are now authenticated just by sending a text message to the phone. For example, this system is used in banking, and Firebase actually makes it really easy to add this system to your application. So let's go to Android Studio and check out how to do it. Now, we've already got this ongoing project in Android Studio. So this is the user registration app. We've, of course, added to this application so we can log in with email and password. Also, if the user doesn't have an account, the user can create a new account using an email address. And when the user forgets the password, well, they can always reset it here too. All right, so this other option that we're going to add is if the user wants to log in by using a phone number, And we'll see how that works, all right? But before we get into it, I just want to show you what it looks like when it's finished, how it works as well. So you can see we added the sign in with phone number button to the current application. And by clicking this button, it opens new activity. So in this new activity, the user writes the phone number in this section. And then by clicking the send verification code, well, a one-time use code will be sent to the user by Firebase. Then the user can enter the code in this section and then press the verify code. You know how that works. So this way, the user will be able to log into the application with that authentication method. Now you can divide this stage into two different activities if you want. So what I mean by that is when the user enters the phone number on this page and then presses the send SMS code button, both password is sent and a new activity can be opened, and the user can enter the incoming code in the new activity. Of course, it's up to you and your design, but the logic is the same in both. So I want to show you how to develop this part of the application. So we'll first add a new button, and this button may be under the I forgot my password button. Okay, so as the text of this button, I'll just write in sign in with phone number. I'll increase the text size a little, make it 18 SP. And we'll give an ID to this button. I'll write button sign in with phone number to the ID of this button. Okay, and then lastly, just give the constraint values of the button. All right, so now let's continue on the login activity Kotlin page. So I want to add a click listener to the button. Login binding dot button sign in with phone number dot set on click listener. So when the user clicks on this button, a new activity will open where the user can enter the phone number. So we've got to open the new activity using intent. First parameter of intent will be this. Second parameter will be the name of the activity to be opened. Okay. So let's just name the new activity phone activity. And naturally, we get a warning because there is no such activity yet, but we're going to create it really soon, I promise. Then I'll write start activity to run the intent. And I'll also add a finish method to close out the activity. Now let's create the phone activity. So I'll write phone activity and the name of the activity. Click the finish button, creates a new activity. And as you can see, when the new activity is created, the error in the login activity disappears. All right, so now that we don't have any more business with login, we can close it. So now it's time to design this new activity. I'll first want to add a phone edit text so that the user can enter their phone number. Then I'll add a button to that user, and this way they'll be able to request the SMS code. And then I'll add one more number edit text for the user to enter that incoming code. And then finally, I'll add one more button to sign in with. All right, so those are all the necessary components. Let's just do a little bit of organization. Okay, so the first thing I'll want to do is, well, we will need to add a hint to the first edit text. And I'm typing enter your phone number in the hint section. I'll also write edit text phone number in the ID. I'll write send SMS code in the text of the button. And I'll also write button send SMS code in the ID. I want to write a description in the hint section of the other edit text. The description can be enter verification code. I'll write verify to sign in the text of the button. I'll also write edit text verification code in the ID of edit text. I'll write button verify in the ID of the button. Now also, since the main layout is the constraint layout, I must give constraint values to the components. Constraint values are given automatically when you select all the components and click this magic wand icon. That's pretty cool. So this is known as the infer constraint option. Okay, so now we can define the components of the phone activity. First, I'll define the view binding in this activity. Late init var phone binding : activity phone binding. Now I will define the phone binding object under the super dot on create. Phone binding equals activity phone binding dot inflate layout inflator. So for the next line, I'll write val view equals phone binding dot root. Now lastly, I will pass the view object as the parameter of the set content view. All right, so now we can access the components on the activity phone.xml file. So first I want to add a click listener to the buttons. Phone binding dot button send SMS code dot set on click listener. And phone binding dot button verify dot set on click listener. All right. So now we can write the codes required to send a one-time password to the phone. But what we'll do first is take a short break here, and we'll continue in the next video right from here where we left off. All right. All right. See you in the next one. And here we are. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. So previously we completed the design of the phone activity. So now we're going to write the necessary code for the phone authentication with Firebase. Let's continue where we left off. All right, so first, when a user enters a phone number, we'll send a code with SMS. Now for this, of course, first of all, we got to get the phone number entered by the user in the click listener of the send SMS code button and assign it to a string. Val user phone number equals phone binding dot edit text phone number dot text dot to string. Okay. For phone number authentication in Firebase, we can use the phone auth options class. So I'll create an object from this class. Val options equals phone auth options dot new builder. So the new builder method takes the object of the Firebase auth class. So I'll create an auth object from the Firebase auth class in the global area. Val auth : Firebase auth equals Firebase auth dot get instance. So now we can write the auth object as the parameter. All right, let's continue. Now I will define the phone number. So for this, in the next line, I'll write dot set phone number. Inside the parenthesis, I'll write the user phone number, and we'll need to set the timeout. And that is, of course, the validity period of the incoming message. So I'll write dot set timeout. Now this method, of course, takes two parameters. The first one is the validity period of the code, and this will be the long type. And you can ensure that the code that you send to the user is valid for a certain period of time. Period could be a minute, could be a day, or in a month. That's for you to determine. I'm writing 60L here. That's because I want it to be valid for 60 seconds, and the L represents a long type. Oh, you know what? It could be fun to start a timer for the user to see, but I'm not going to do that right now. You can always add a counter right here if you want. But that way, you see, the user can see how long they have before they have to, get a new incoming code. But like I said, do that on your own time. Now, the second parameter of this method is going to be to determine whether this 60 that I wrote here is seconds, minutes, or hours, right? So I'll write timeUnite.second. So see, this way the code will be valid for 60 seconds. If I wrote timeUnite.minute, well, that would be 60 minutes. So let's continue. So the next method, it will be the setActivity method, right? So it's thanks to this method that we'll determine in which activity the incoming code will be verified. So inside these parentheses, I'm writing this at phone activity because I'm going to do both operations in this activity, right? And the next method will be setCallbacks method, and I'll write mCallbacks as a parameter. Now, the mCallbacks is the name of the object that we will create from the callback class. It'll give a warning because we haven't created this object yet. Okay, we'll create it soon, I promise. But here, lastly, I'll write .build. And now we'll call the verify phone number method of the phone auth provider class. So I write phone auth provider.verify phone number. Also, I'll give the object of the phone auth options, that is the options object, as a parameter. Okay, so this code here is standard for Android. And we'll now create the mCallbacks object. First, I'll create this object in the global area. So I'll write late init var mCallbacks : phone auth provider dot on verification state changed callbacks. Now I wonder if you notice, see, this class is an abstract class. Do you remember? We cannot create an object from abstract classes. So to create an object from abstract classes, we use the object keyword. So that's how you do that, just to refresh your memory. All right, you remember. Good. So let's initialize this object in the onCreate function. So under the click listeners of the buttons, I'll write mCallbacks equals object : phone auth provider dot on verification state changed callbacks. All right, so after putting in the curly braces, as you can see, the object keyword gets underlined by Android Studio because there are some functions that we'll need to implement. So click the object keyword, click the red lamp on the left, and select Implement Members. So I'll select these two functions and click OK. All right, so let's have a look at these functions. The first is the onVerificationCompleted function. And here we will describe the actions to be taken when that code is verified. The second is the onVerificationFailed method. And of course, we'll define the actions to be taken if the user code is wrong or it's timed out or whatever the problem might be. Now, we'll also add a third method here by override. So the name of this method is onCodeSent. I override this method. So Firebase sends the single-use code with a P0 parameter here. So the code Firebase sends is assigned to the P0 string here. The name of the variable here may be different for you because they can write the variable name here as S or code. But the important thing to remember here is that you know that the sent code is of the type string variable. Okay, so inside this function, we can take the code, transfer it to another global variable. Thus, we can use the code wherever we want. So for that reason, I'll create another variable in the global area. I'll write var verification code equals quotation mark. Now let's transfer the code to this variable. So inside the onCodeSent function, I write verification code equals P0. So I assigned the incoming code to the verification code string. I can now use this code elsewhere. So in this way, the code will be sent and we will receive the incoming code. All right, so now we've got to define the actions to be done when the user enters the incoming code in the required section and presses the button verify. And we're going to do this in the click listener of the button verify. But it's actually more convenient to write this process as a separate function and then call the function here. I wonder if you thought that yourself. Okay, so the name of this function can be sign in with SMS code. And in this function, I've got to first get the code that the user enters because I will compare this code with the sent code. So I can tell the user, hey, they entered the code correctly. Congratulations. All right, so I will assign the code entered by the user to the string variable. Val user enter code equals phone binding dot edit text verification code dot text dot to string. Then I create an object from the phone auth credential class. I'll call this object credential. And I'll write credential equals phone auth provider dot get credential. Now here's where we determine the criteria for the login process. So this method will take two parameters. The first one is the sent code by Firebase, which is that verification code. The second one is the code entered by the user, right? So user enter code. Firebase will automatically check these two. Okay, so far so good. Now we have to create another function that makes the entry process according to these criteria. So I create this function just below. Here I create the method sign in with phone auth credential. This method takes the credential object created from the phone auth credential class as a parameter. And we've already set the criteria for the credential object above. So now we'll just check these criteria and do the login process. So the login process will be just like we did before. But now we will log in using the auth object. So I'll call the auth.signin with credential method. This method will also take the credential object as a parameter. Then I add the complete listener to check to see whether this method is logged in or not. I'm writing .add on complete listener. Also, I'll use the Lambda representation with the task object. Now, I wonder if you remember, this section is the same as other Firebase authentication sections. So here we check with the if statement using the task object. If task dot is successful, we define the operations to be performed. And in the else section, we'll define the actions to be taken in case of a problem. But we're going to do the operations here soon. I want to call the sign with phone auth credential function inside the sign in with SMS code function. So this function takes a credential object as a parameter. But we should also call the sign with SMS code function inside the click listener of the button verify. You see? All right, very good. So now, hey, we've completed the login process with phone number. Right, so the only thing left is to complete the procedures to be done when logging back in. So, in other words, what to do when the password is entered. So if task is successful, the main activity will be opened. So we do this again using intent. Val intent equals intent this at phone activity. Main activity :class.java. Next line I'll write start activity intent. And we'll also close this page with the finish function. Now, in the case of else, we'll show a toast message to the user. And you can probably write the code you entered is incorrect in the message. The phone number authentication with Firebase is now almost ready, but we do have to do the last operation in Firebase, okay? So I'll just move on over to the Firebase website. So in the authentication section, I'll just switch to the sign-in method tab. You see it? Now, we've previously activated with email and password. So now I want to activate the phone entry. I'll click the Add New Provider button. So here I will select the phone authentication option. I'll enable the phone sign-in method and click Save. All right, so now everything's ready in our app. Let's run it and see how it looks. Application opens. Oh, I'll just log out first. Login activity was open. And I'll click on the Sign In with Phone Number button. New activity opens. Now I'm entering the phone number in the new activity. So here I'll write the phone number of my own real Android device. Okay, just don't call me, okay? I mean, send me a message the conventional way. Anyway, the SMS with the verification code will be sent to my own device. Now I'll press the Send SMS Code button. See, so at this stage, the 60-second counter can start, but I left that up to you if you want to put that in or not. Also at this stage, though, it will be verified that you are not a robot. And yeah, the code has now arrived to my own Android device. I'll just tap in the incoming code. So when I click on the Verify to Sign In button, the main activity opens. Very cool. So by the way, just as a reminder, if you try to send the message more than once on the same device, the message actually might not come in again. And that's because the phone keeps the previous operation in its memory. If you do want to try it again, just uninstall the application from the phone, then switch the phone off and then back on again. If you've ever worked a help desk or done any support, that's pretty much standard, right? Just turn it off, turn it on. Anyway, you get the point. Also, you are going to add the SHA-1 key to the Firebase project. See, otherwise you cannot sign in with the SMS code. Now, you know, we explained in detail the Firebase Android Studio integration and how to get SHA keys and add them to your Firebase project. So hopefully you have done that and you understand why it's necessary. So there you go, my friends. That is logging in by sending a one-time use code to the phone number. There is more to do, though, so I want to see you in the next one. All right, hello, everybody. Welcome back. So that means you want to do more, do you? You do want to do more with Firebase? Let me hear you. No, I'm just playing. So we are going to continue, though, because in this video, we're going to start a new topic. We're still working with Firebase, don't get me wrong. But we're going to figure out how to send messages collectively to all the users who download your application onto their device. See what I mean? So Firebase Cloud Message is called to send collective notifications to all users with Firebase. You follow? So the system, which is actually abbreviated as FCM, well, that's the Firebase Cloud Message, right? It was actually formerly known as Google Cloud Message. Anyway, using Firebase notifications, you can send notifications to users on Android, iOS, web, whatever. So now in this video, we're going to learn how to integrate this system into our Android app, okay? So with Firebase, you can actually send messages to all your users who installed your application on their device. So I'm talking hundreds, thousands, even millions of people, even if they are not using the application when you send the message out. See, so with Firebase, you can send a message to a specific group of users, send a message to a single user, or users who want to receive information about a particular topic or, in a particular geographic area, all those kinds of things. But I'll give you a specific example, like if you're building a weather application, you can send instant weather changes related to those regions to users who live in those certain regions via notification. Or in another example, let's say you've written a news application. Well, when users want to receive notifications about certain news topics, such as economics or technology, you can send subject-oriented notifications to all the users who request that. So, short explanation, but let's go on over to Android Studio and see how this process is done. All right, so we're going to learn how to send these notifications to all users using Firebase in its most basic form. Now, of course, we've got an ongoing project in Android Studio. We have provided integration of this project with Firebase. We can send notifications using the same project. And we can check how notifications are sent through Firebase Assistant in Android Studio. So I'll open up Firebase Assistant from the Tools menu. All right. So here I'll just click on Cloud Messaging. And here I want to click the Set up Firebase Cloud Messaging Kotlin option. Now, if you have a look at the process steps here, we'll need to integrate the Firebase in the first step. But we've already done that, right? Second step is adding the necessary Gradle libraries for Firebase Cloud Messaging. So guess what? In this section, pressing the Accept Changes button adds those necessary libraries. And now you can see they are added in. Perfect. I do want to check it out from the Gradle file, though. So what we're looking at here is the Firebase messaging library is added and active, so the process was indeed complete. So we can just close that Gradle page. Just want to show you how to double check. So the third step, we will need to create a service class so that the application can receive notifications sent with Firebase. So we'll create a new class now. Just right-click on the Project Package folder, select New Kotlin Class File. And the name of the class could be My Firebase Service. Why not? So just press Enter and Android Studio creates the class for you. Now, this class will inherit from the Firebase Messaging Service class. After the colon sign, I'll write Firebase Messaging Service. So we'll also override the onMessageReceived method in this class. Now, when we override this method, our service class is ready. Then we have to define the service class in the manifest file. I'll open the manifest file. When we open the service tag and the application tag, our service class has already appeared. So I'll choose My Firebase Service. We can also follow the actions we will do here from the Firebase Assistant. I'll open the Intent Filter tag and the Service tag. I'll copy the line com.google.firebase.messaging event. That's right in here from the Assistant. Right? Paste it here. And that makes the Firebase integration ready. Now, there's also the issue of customizing the incoming notification. In other words, we could do some operations such as adding icons to the incoming notification. I'll show you how to do that real quick. So we'll first just create an icon for the notification. So I'll right-click on the drawable folder. I'll choose New Vector Asset. Click Clip Art. Okay, so here you can choose any icon that you want. I'm just going to choose a notification icon like this. Click OK. And of course, you could change the color of the icon. And we'll change the name of the icon, though. Name of the icon can be Bell. So I'll create the icon just by clicking Next. And finish. Okay, so now our icon's ready. We'll define this icon to the notification. So I will now open the metadata tag under the service tag in the manifest file. So in the metadata tag, I'll write Android name equals com.google.firebase.messaging.default notification icon. So sure, I could change the notification icon. On the bottom line, I'll also write Android resources equals, then specify the icon that I want to appear in the notification. So for this, I'll write @drawable because my icon is under the drawable folder. So I'm writing the name of the icon here, and that is that. We've now defined the icon required for notification. Now, the icon section is not mandatory, so that means it's up to you whether you want to do it or not, but now you know how. Okay, so now our application is ready to receive notifications. So why don't we just run the application and see what it looks like? I have told you before, right? It is better if you test important issues, for instance, notification processes, with a real Android device, not with a virtual device. But check it out. I got an error. So I want to show you the error first. So this error is the debug Java resources error. But if you look carefully at the error, it says that there are two files in the meta inf dependencies file path. So we may encounter a similar error when we add metadata tags to the manifest file. Also, if you pay attention, Android Studio tells us that this error can be fixed if we add packaging options. Yeah, so why don't we just take the suggestion and fix it right away? I'll open the file, build.gradle, module app. Inside the Android section here, I'll add the packaging options section. We can define this just above where we define the view binding. I'm copying packaging options from here, and I'm pasting it. So now let's specify the scope of this with curly brackets. And now inside the scope of the packaging options, I'll write resources.excludes.add. I'll write the path to which the error originates, that is meta-inf dependencies, as a string expression in parentheses. Okay, so that's all we need to do. Let's sync our project. And when the synchronization is complete, before running the application, it really is useful to clean and rebuild the project. So see, I'll choose the Clean Project option from the Build tab. And now we can choose the Rebuild Project option from the Build tab. All right, so now our project has been cleaned and rebuilt. Let's run the application. So the application opens. Now, of course, since I'm running the application on my own device for the very first time, I will now create a new account. I'll click the sign up button. I'm writing in alex.@gmail.com. Now I'll write in a password of at least 6 digits. Click sign up. And as you can see, the user account's been created. So now I'll continue where I left off with the push notification. I'll throw the app into the background so we can see if the notification will come up while in the background. All right, so now let's just go to the Firebase page and send a notification. Now, just here, if you remember, we were in the authentication section on the Firebase page. So I want to open the cloud messaging section. left-hand side of the menu, in the Engage part, there is a messaging section here. But before I continue, I do want to point out, previously, instead of messaging, there were cloud messaging and in-app messaging sections. Now they've just combined them both together under this name, messaging. So if you do happen to see cloud messaging and in-app messaging instead of messaging, well, you just go over here and open the cloud messaging. All right. So let's continue. Now, when you click on this section, the messaging page opens. In the campaign tab, I will click the new campaign button on the right. And as you can see, there are two options now, notification and in-app messaging. So I will select the notification option, and the page required to create the notification opens. So now let's create the notification. Now, here we have to write the title of the notification in the first step. The title can be Firebase Cloud Messaging, and we'll write the message to the other section. And the message can be, this is my first Firebase message. Now, if you want to send this notification with a picture, sure, you can go ahead and upload right here into this section, whatever picture or whatever link you want. Or I'll tell you what, if you want to, we could just determine this Firebase image right now. So I'll right-click on this image and select the Open Image in New tab. All right, so now I can copy the link of the picture and paste it here. But that's just a little sidebar. It's not mandatory. But whatever, you can name it to follow your notifications here. Now, you see over here, the right side shows how the notification will be seen on both Android and iOS devices. So I want to click Next after these operations. And for the next step, you determine who you want to send this notification to. So here you can post to a specific user group or topic groups from the Topic tab. But I'm showing you how to send it to all users, so I will choose the package name. All right, so now this notification will go out to all users who have the application installed. So I'll click Next again. All right, so the third step, you can always determine when the notification will be sent. So you can send it immediately, you can schedule it on a specific date or time or on a regular or continual basis. I'll click Next again, and this section is the conversion event section, okay? So a conversion event, it's an event or user action that you want to track to further measure and evaluate. So this section is also an optional section. If you want to, you can choose any option from here. For example, you can choose the first open option from here, or we can just skip this step without selecting anything. So I'll click Next again. Now in this section, you can send data or files with the notification. So you can also define whether the notification is audible or silent. You can also determine the validity period. And then when you click on Review, you can check all the notification options for the last time before you actually send it out. So by clicking the Publish button, that will send out the notification. Okay? Now, let's set the phone to be visible before we send the notification. Okay, so I'll click the Publish button, and boom, there's no delay at all, huh? The notification comes up on the device. So I want to examine the notification, right? The icon is the icon that we defined. Application name is here. Notification title and message. Also, that's the picture. Now, see how the picture gets larger as I scroll down the notification. Very cool. So, hey, that is sending out notifications in the most basic form. But we will take a short break here. And then when we come back in the next video, we're going to learn all about Firebase storage. Cool? So I'll see you in the next video. Hello to everybody. Thank you very much for taking part in this. It would be nothing without you. And I want to tell you that in this video that we're going to talk about storage, which is yet another part of Firebase. And you could actually call it cloud storage. So Firebase storage is a section that we can use to store the user's data in. In this section, we can store pictures, music, videos, files. In other words, by storing all the data on the user's device in Firebase storage, we can then prevent the application from taking up much space on their device. Also, since the data is stored in the cloud, the user can access the data on, across all of the Android devices. In fact, since Firebase storage can be integrated into all systems, you can also enable the user to be able to access their data from Android, iOS, and in various web apps. Now you can make a Google Drive style application, let's say, using Firebase storage, or you could do an Instagram or Google Photos style photo sharing application. You could also do music listening and video watching applications. You could do applications that require flash storage, such as a book reading program. Now, from this point of view, Firebase storage seriously facilitates our development of quality and server-based applications. Am I right? Yeah. So, in this lesson, we will develop an application that will upload a photo to Firebase storage that the user will be able to choose from their device. So, let's get right to it. So, I want to show you the Firebase storage page. So you remember, right? We were last looking at the cloud messaging section. There is a storage section over here on the left-hand menu. So when I click on the storage section, I get the Get Started button. Click on that. Now, at this stage, it's going to ask us for the security rules of cloud storage. Well, that's always good. Here's where you determine the reading and the writing properties of storage. If you set these properties to false, well, nobody can read the data of the storage or add data to the storage. You can always change these features later. So I'm going to first do it locked so that I can show you how to unlock it a little bit later when it's time. Okay. So I'm going to leave it locked. That means, though, that I can only log in from this admin panel and click Next. So now in this section, we can choose the cloud storage location. Of course, you can choose any location, but after you set cloud storage location, you won't be able to change it later. Okay? Last up, I will click the Done button. So when I click Done, the section where the files will be displayed is open. And users' data will be stored right here in this area. So we can upload files like pictures, music, videos, whatever that we are using in our application right here. You can also upload these files from your computer from the Upload Files section. But right now, for this video, I just want to make an application that users will upload their own files from the device to this section, and that will work independently from you and me, the admins. Okay? So let me just show you the app. Now, you got to remember, right, that we had an application called User Registration. We are going to continue with this app again. Now, remember that this application, the user could create a user account with email and password. Then they could do the authentication by email and password or by phone. They could also reset the password if they forgot. So right now, let's log into the application with one of the accounts that we created with Firebase. After the user logs into the application, if there are registered users in the database, they're going to be listed on this page. So if they wanted to add a new user, they would then click the floating action button here and open the Add User activity. And then on this page, in order to save different people to the database, the user could then enter some data and click the Add User button, and that way they get added to the database. Now, it's also capable of deleting and updating data. Right? So in this part, in addition to the user information, we'll also figure out how to add a profile photo of the user. That can be useful. There will be an image view here. So when the user clicks on this image view, they'll then be able to access the images on the device. Of course, we'll first ask permission from the user, because it's really not enough to just get permission from the manifest file to access the gallery of the device. So after the user selects the picture from the device, we will then show the selected picture here. Okay. So when the other information gets entered and the Add User button is clicked, the profile photo of the user will be uploaded to cloud storage. Additionally, the URL of the image uploaded to cloud storage and other user information will be added to our real-time database. The profile photo of the user will also appear on the home page, along with the user information. We'll also learn how to update and delete anything in cloud storage. So really, you're going to be learning all kinds of details about how to use cloud storage. Now, I do want to let you know about one more thing. Do you remember this application could be logged into as a member with the user's email address and password or phone number? Now, normally, Firebase doesn't really allow the user to install directly without being authenticated. So in this way, it actually prevents people with unknown identities to upload files to your server. It's a good thing, right? But you can remove this restriction from the rules section. So I just want to open up the rules section and show you. So you notice here, currently writing and reading to cloud storage is false. So in this case, we cannot do those necessary actions. We can make it true, or if we want, we can enable write and read operations to cloud storage after the authenticate operation. Now for this, we'll have to write code like this here. Request.auth not equal to null. And I'll just click publish. You see? So now the rules are set to not allow people who are not authenticated. Of course, in this section, you can remove it for everyone. But, you know. So why don't we go back to Android Studio and start developing this application? Now, like I said before, we can continue with our previous project. So when the user enters the email and password, they access the main activity. And if the user wants to add a user, well, they should be able to open the Add User activity. So for this, we're going to do photo selection and upload it to Firebase Cloud Storage in the Add User activity. So I'll open up the activity adduser.xml file. First, we're going to change the design of this activity, don't you think? So I want to create an account icon for the image view under the drawable folder. This icon will appear before the user selects a picture. You can add a photo that you want to the project, use that. So I'll right-click and get the drawable folder, select New Vector Asset option. Now in this window, I'll click the Clip Art section. Here I'll choose the Account Box icon. Click OK. So I want to change the color of this icon. The color of the icon, I'm going to make it blue. I'll change the name of this icon, and I'm going to call it Account Box. Okay, so now to create the icon, just click Next and Finish. And as you can see, the icon is created. So now let's add an image view to the design area. And I will add it to the top of the other components. I'll also select the Account Box icon to this image view as the default image. Okay. We can also make the dimensions of image view 220 dp. And I'll define the margin value. The layout margin of the image view can be 5 dp. Okay, so now when the user clicks on this picture, we'll ask them to choose a picture from the device's memory. So we'll add a text view that explains this process to the user under the image view. For the text of text view, I'll write to select profile image, click on the picture. See, that way the user will know that the picture must be clicked on to edit or change it, right? So also, I'll change the gravity property of the text view, and let's make it center. And I will give the bottom margin value to the text view. So I'm going to make it 10 dp. And lastly here, I will change the margin values of the edit text and button. So I'll just select these components, and the new margin value can be 5 dp. Okay, so when we click on the Add User button here, the image will be uploaded to the Firebase cloud storage. But you know what? If you want to, you can also do this when the image view is clicked. So this part will change according to the application that you are developing. But we do want the picture to be loaded when the user clicks the button. So you can develop the application accordingly, right? So you know what? I also like to add a progress bar underneath the button. See, that way the user can follow the loading process. But at the very beginning, the progress bar will be invisible. When the upload process starts, the progress bar will be visible. So now let's just check the IDs of the components. The ID of image view can be user profile image. The ID of the progress bar is progress bar add user. See, so this way the design part is now finished just like that. So now let's go over and write Kotlin code. Going to take a short break here, and when we come back in the next video, we'll get to coding. All right? See you then. Well, hello everyone. Hey, so in the previous video, we completed the design of the add user activity. So right now, we're going to write the necessary code for selecting images from the device's gallery. So let's get started with that. We'll open the add user activity. If you remember, we defined the Android view binding in the add user activity. So we can actually access all the components in the activity add user XML file using the add user binding object. So what we'll do first is add click listener to image view, add user binding dot user profile image dot set on click listener. Thus, when the user clicks on the picture, the click listener will work. Okay, so now let's first let the user select the profile picture from the device's memory. I'll create a new function below for this process and call this function inside image view's click listener. So the name of this function can be choose image, and I'll write the necessary codes in this function. And first, we'll need to get permission in the manifest file. So I need to open the manifest file. And here I will get the read external storage permission from the user. But since the protection level of the read external storage is kind of dangerous, it's not really enough to just specify the permission in the manifest file to access the device's gallery. We'll also need to write some code. So first, we will create an if-else statement inside the choose_image function. We will check if the user is given permission or not. So we'll do this as follows. I'll write context compact.check self permission. So this method will take two parameters. The first one is the context. I will write the this keyword as the context. The other will be manifest.permission.read external storage. So here it is checked to see if the permission is obtained from the manifest file. I'll add the not equal sign after the parenthesis. I'm writing package manager dot permission granted. Now the code after the not equal sign will ask the user for a second permission. So if the user does not allow it, there won't be any action taken, right? So here it compares the permission given by the user when selecting an image to the permission in the manifest file. So even if you get permission in the manifest file, if the user doesn't give permission again, condition will work, this if condition here. Right? So I'll write activity compat dot request permission. And here the first parameter is the context. I'll write the this keyword again. And the second parameter is an array. Now within this array, we will specify the permissions that we need to obtain from the user. Of course, your application may request more than one permission from the user at the same time, but you must specify all of these permissions in this array. That's why I'm typing array of here. I'll write the permission that I will get inside the parentheses, manifest.permission.read external storage. Third parameter will be request code. So I'll write 1 for the request code, and this section is actually the standard section. Now here is an extra security measure brought to you by Android. So in other words, even if the user accepts the permissions while downloading the application, they can then ask for confirmation from the user in situations requiring higher security. So read external storage is one of the processes that require this approval. So here I can write the else condition. So if the user allows, the codes that you write here will work. We will open the devices gallery here. We will do the image selection process using the intent class. And I'm creating a new intent, val intent equals intent. Then I'll define the type of intent. So in the next line, I'll write intent.type equals. So the .type function specifies which type of files to show for the user to choose, because there might actually be a lot of files on the user's device, right? Since we want the user to choose a picture, well, we'll only be able to show the pictures on the device. So for this, after the equals sign, between the quotation marks, I'll write image/star here. Thus, the user will only see image files in the device's memory. Then I'll write intent.action equals intent.action get content. So this line of code will open the device's file system for the user to choose from. And finally, we should start the intent. Here we will start the intent with a different method, though, other than the start activity method. Because after the user selects an image, we need to take this image and display it in the image view. So we'll not only start the intent, but also follow the outcome of the intent. Okay? Now, before, to follow the result of the intent, we use the start activity for result method. But this method is now deprecated. So instead, the activity result launcher class is now used. So we will start the intent with the activity result launcher. All right, so for this, first of all, we will create an object from the activity result launcher class in the global area. So here I'll write late init var activity result launcher : activity result launcher. Now we also need to specify the type of this class. So we want to know the result of intent, right? In other words, data from the intent class will be returned. So its type will be intent. Now we need to register it in the onCreate. Now this is really important here. You must register the activity result launcher object in the onCreate. Otherwise, your application is not going to work. So I need to create a new function for this. And I'll show you how to do it right now. So the name of this function can be register activity for result. And now I want to call this function in the onCreate function. Okay. Now we can write the necessary codes for this function. So inside this function, I'm typing activity result launcher equals. After the equals sign, I write register for activity result to register this object. Now notice that this method takes two parameters. First parameter is activity result contract. And if you type start activity for result here and press enter, well, you can easily create the first parameter. This is actually a standard parameter. Now the second parameter is a callback. So we will get the returned result with this parameter. Therefore, I'll write activity result callback here and press enter. And as you can see, the callback has occurred. So here we can capture the result using the it keyword. And we can even create the lambda representation ourselves here. I'll write result and put in the lambda sign. All right, so now we can get the result of the intent using the keyword result. But we will do this not right now, pretty soon though. For now, I want to start the intent using the activity result launcher. All right, so we need to launch the activity result launcher. And here I am writing activity result launcher dot launch. So I'll write the intent object in the parentheses. Thus, the choose image function and the requesting permission from the user is now ready. But there's one more thing that we got to do. If the user is running the application for the first time, well, the permission window's got to open when they want to select an image from the device's gallery. User may or may not allow it here. All right. So this is where we need to follow up. If the user allows it, we must define the actions that need to be taken. So the codes that we wrote here are the codes that will happen if the user is allowed to run the application. But as I just mentioned, when the user runs the application for the first time, the if block here will be activated and allow the user to choose an image. So here we have to follow the result of this permission process. And we'll do this with a different function. So outside of the onCreate function, I will call the onRequestPermissionResult function. All right. So in this function, we will create an if statement to control the user's reaction. For this, we will use the request code and grant result parameters given as parameters. So if you want to, hey, let's get started writing the necessary code for that. So if the request code is 1 and the grant result array is not empty, that is, the size of the grant result array is greater than 0, and the first element of the grant result array is package manager.permission granted, the user is granted permission. Follow? So in this case, I have to open the device's gallery and perform the image selection again. So I'm copying all the code inside this else block here and pasting it in here. Now, you could also create the else block here. So the else block will work if the user doesn't allow it. So in this case, you can show a toast message to the user, but I don't need that else block for now. Stick with me. So now we have to determine the picture chosen by the user inside the activity result callback. So here I will get the result of the intent that I run above. So first I want to get the result code and data. So here I'm writing val result code equals result.result code. Now in the next line, I'll write val image data equals result.data. Now we will check this data again using an if statement. If the result code is equal to result OK, and the image data is not null, so in other words, if the user chooses a picture, well, we can then take the incoming data and use it as we want. So what we need to do here is find the path of the user-selected image in the file system and then assign it to a container. So for this, I want to create an object from the class URI above. Okay, so here I'll write var image URI colon URI question mark equals null. And I will assign the path of the image to the image URI object. Now, in the if condition, I'm writing the image URI equals image data dot data. Thus, the path of the selected image in the file system is assigned to the image URI object with the data function. So now we need to add a library to the project in order to show the image in image view using this image URI object. But that's okay, because the name of this library is the Picasso library. So when you use the Picasso library, you can show any image in the image view using its URL. So I'll just open up the Gradle file to add it to the library. I'll paste the code of the Picasso library here. Now, you've got to write this code exactly. Like you don't have to write all code exactly, but you know what I mean. Just stick with me. You can find the implementation code of this library out there on the interwebs, or you can implement it in your project just by writing the same code that I use here. All right, follow me. I'll just click this Sync Now button to add this library. The Picasso library allows us to display images in the image view from the internet or from the device or anywhere. Okay, so the library's added. So I can now show the selected image on image view using the Picasso library. So I'll just write picasso.get.load. Now I should write the link of the image or the path in the file system to the load method. Okay, so I'm writing image URI. But if you notice, the image URI is nullable. So I will use the let keyword here. Image URI question mark dot let. Now I can write the necessary code here. Picasso.get.load it. Wait, what? Yeah, I can use the it keyword instead of the image URI. Then I write dot into, so the into method will determine where the image will be displayed. And I want to have the selected image shown inside the image view. So for this reason, I'll just write add user binding dot user profile image inside the into method. All right, so the process is okay. Now the selected image will be displayed on the image view. So, of course, we'll need to call the choose image function in the click listener of the image view. And then after that, there's the process of sending the selected image to Firebase Cloud Storage. But let's take this one at a time, and we'll have a little break here and continue with that in the next video. All right, I'll see you then. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So we're really cooking with gas, as they say. Well, we're cooking with Firebase anyway. So previously, we wrote the necessary code to select an image from the device and display the selected image in the image view component. So right now in this video, we're going to learn how to save the selected image to Firebase Cloud Storage. So let's just get right to it. Now we can find the steps to be taken to send the selected image to Firebase Storage section from the Firebase Assistant. So what I'll do is open the Firebase Assistant from the Tools tab. All right, so click on the Cloud Storage for Firebase section in the Assistant here. And I can select the Get Started with Cloud Storage Kotlin option. Now in the first step here, the application needs to be integrated with Firebase. We've already done that. Cool. Second step, Firebase Storage Library needs to be added. So when the Accept Changes button gets clicked, that's when the library gets added. Nice. Let's check the Gradle file. So yeah, obviously the library's now been added. So this is a good process. let's continue with doing the next steps ourselves. So first, we will define the actions to be done when the user clicks the upload button in a new function below. The name of the new function could be upload photo. So inside this function, first of all, when the user presses the add user button once, we should make the button not clickable so that they cannot press it again. So I'll write add user binding dot button add user dot is clickable equals false. Get it? See, this way the user will be able to click the upload button just the one time. And, well, because the user can upload the same file many times without realizing that they're, just clicking away. So that prevents that. That's good. All right. Also, the progress bar's got to appear when the user presses the button, right? So I'm going to make it visible here again. Add user binding dot progress bar add user dot visibility equals view dot visible. So after that, I will create an object from the Firebase storage reference class above. Val Firebase storage Firebase storage equals Firebase storage dot get instance. Now in the next line, I want to create an object from the storage reference class. Val storage reference storage reference equals Firebase storage dot reference. Now, using the storage reference object, we can access the main field for the cloud storage. We can go back to the upload photo method. Now, in this section, I'll create an other object in the storage reference class because I want to store the pictures under a separate folder, and I have to create a new object to reference this folder. So we could have done this while creating the storage reference above, but I'll tell you this, I always want to reach the main cloud storage section by using the storage reference object. All right, so therefore, I will create a separate reference for this process. So I'll write val image reference equals storage reference dot child. The storage reference here is the name of the object we created above. I'll also write images in the child method. That way, a folder named images will be created in the cloud storage, and we will then save the profile pictures in this images folder. So now we need to give a name to each image that we're going to save. So in other words, the profile pictures will be saved with the name that we will specify here. For this, I'll write .children again. Now, of course, you really got to be careful here. If you write a fixed name such as user photo, well, you can only store the image belonging to the last user because the name of the picture has not changed. The last picture will always overwrite the first picture. You get it? So you can test this for yourself if you don't believe me. So therefore here we need to specify a separate name for each user's profile photo. You can write different algorithms for this, or you can just find ready-made algorithms out there on the internet. But I'm just going to use the UUID. That is the universally unique identifier class for this process. So I'll write UUID.random UUID here. So this random UUID function will generate a 128-bit long unique key for each image that we're going to save. We could also use this unique ID for the images that we save, but now let's just pass the generated unique ID to a new variable. So here I'm writing val image name. Of course, we'll also need to convert it to string. So I'll write image name in parentheses. Thus, a separate name will be created for each profile photo. Then in the next line, I'll write image reference dot put file. So with a put file function, we specify the path of the image to be uploaded in the file system to Firebase Cloud Storage. So image URI, but since the image URI is nullable, we need to use the let keyword here once again. Image URI ? Dot let. Now, instead of the it keyword this time, I'll write URI with the lambda representation. And I'll write image reference dot put file URI. All right, so the process is okay. The image can be uploaded to Firebase with this code, but we need to add some complete listeners to see if the process has been completed. So I'll write .add on success listener. And if the process is completed successfully, we will determine the operations to be performed here in this method. So I'll also add another listener. That is the failure listener. So in other words, if an error does occur in the upload process, we will define the actions to be taken. But first, if the process is successfully defined, let's define the action to be taken. So we'll show a toast message first, stating that the image has been successfully loaded. So the message could just very well be image uploaded. So after the image is uploaded successfully, we'll need to take the URL information of the uploaded image, namely the downloadable URL, and save it to the real-time database. So for this, we need to create a new reference pointing to the image uploaded here. All right, so let's go ahead and create this. Val, my uploaded image reference equals, and to the right of the equals, we'll write the same reference information here because we saved the picture with this reference. Yes. So now let's get the downloadable URL using my uploaded image reference. My uploaded image reference .download URL .add on success listener. So here I will create a lambda representation named URL. We can now pass a downloadable URL to a different variable using the URL. Val image URL equals URL.toString. Now let's save this URL to the database. That we just need to first add a new parameter to the user's data class. So I'll open the user's class. Let's add a new constructor parameter here. Val URL :string equals quotation mark. Now let's add this parameter to the add user to database function in the add user activity. Inside the parentheses, I'm writing URL :string. Also, in the line of code where we create an object from the user's class, I write the URL parameter, like other parameters. So now let's call the add user to database function below. I'll also write image URL as a parameter. Thus, the profile photo will be uploaded to the cloud storage first. And if the upload is successful, the URL information of the uploaded file, which is this profile photo, and the other information about the user, such as name, age, etc., will be added into the real-time database. Now, should an error occur during this loading process, I can also now show the user a toast message. And for that message, this time I'm writing it.localized message. So now let's call the uploaded photo function in the click listener of the add user button. So now there will be the upload photo function, not the add user to database function, right? Because after the image is successfully loaded, we perform the write operation to the database. Okay, so finally, when the writing to the database gets finished, we should make the progress bar disappear and make the button clickable again. So I'm just copying the codes here and pasting it here. And this will be true. All right, so this will also be view.invisible. All right, so now the process is complete. So we can run the application and test it out, see what it looks like. All right, so the application opens, and as you can see, currently there is one user in the database. So I want to delete this. I'm logging out now. Okay, so we can now log into the application with one of the accounts that we created with Firebase. So I'm just clicking the floating action button. So the add user activity opens. And when I click on the profile picture, the permission window opens. So far, so good. I'm going to click allow. So when I click on allow, the picture on the device gets listed, right? Now, full disclosure, I've already uploaded these pictures to the emulator myself before I started this video lesson, but you can also open the internet browser from the emulator and download images from the internet to your emulator, right? So, of course, that's up to you. But you see, though, when I select an image, it appears on the image view. So also, I'm going to enter in this other information. So I'm going to make the name be David Beckham. I'll make the age 20. And the email can be dbeckham@gmail.com. I'll click the Add User button, and the progress bar appears. So far, so good. The toast message gets shown when the image is uploaded. Main activity opens. Wow, okay, good. So let's check it out from Firebase. First of all, I will refresh this page. Okay, so you see here a folder named Images has been created. So I want to click on this folder. So now you can see the image has been successfully uploaded. Also, did you notice this name here, the picture? You can see that it is a randomly generated ID. Perfectamundo. So when I select a picture, the information about the picture is over here on the right. The preview of the image information, such as the size of the image, type of the image, date the image was created, all that. And below is a location of the image in Firebase and a link to download the image. Okay, so when I click on this section that says Access Token, see how the link is copied? And the picture appears in the browser when you paste this link in Google. Or if you click the name section here, the picture appears in the browser again. So anyone can see this picture when you share this link, right? So we have also saved this link in the database, that means. Now, if you want to, and of course you do, let's just check the database. And as you can see, a new record named David Beckham has been created in the database, and you can see the URL information right here. So this URL information is the same as the URL information that we saved to storage. So we'll copy this URL, paste it in the browser. I will delete the quotation mark at the beginning and the end of the URL, and press enter. Look at that. The same image appears in the browser. So my friends, there you go. That's how you upload an image to Firebase Cloud Storage. You can also save the URL information of the image that you upload to the database. So guess what? We're going to take a short break here, but in our next video, when you come back, we're going to learn how to display the user's photo in Recycler View. So stay tuned. I want to see you in the next lesson. All right. Hello, everybody. Now, previously, we've learned how to upload an image to Firebase Cloud Storage. So now, in this lesson, I want to show you the image in Recycler View. How do you do that? Well, let's get started. First of all, I'm going to open the user's item.xml file. Now I'm going to change this design just a little bit because first I want to change the linear layout to the constraint layout on the XML code side. Also, I'm going to delete the orientation property. All right, so now we can continue from the design side. So firstly, I just want to add an image view into the design area and select the account box icon, Okay. Also, I'm going to change the dimensions of the image view. Width can be 150 dp, height can be 130 dp. All right, so now we're going to separate the text views from each other. All right. Oh, also, I want to change the width of these text views to wrap content. You see where we're going? All right, so I'm going to move them here. All right, so now I want to center the image view on the vertical plane. And pin it to the left. Also, I will give the margin value to the image view. Margin value can be 10 dp. Lastly, I will define the scale type of the image view. Scale type can be center crop. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so now let's change some properties of the text views. First of all, I want to delete the margin values of these text views. And I'll center them in the vertical plane. And lastly, I will add a progress bar on the image view because it's going to take a little bit of time for that image to appear in the image view. And in the meantime, doesn't it just make more sense to show the user a progress bar? I mean, really? Yeah. So I want to add the progress bar to the center of the image view. All right. I'm also going to pin it to the image view. So I will pin the top constraint of the progress bar to the top of the image. The bottom to the bottom of the image. Right to the right. And left to the left of the image. So now we got to give an ID to the image view and progress bar. ID of the image view can be image view. The ID of the progress bar can be progress bar. Why not? All right. So now it's time to show the pictures that we added to cloud storage in the image view. All right. So we're going to be doing this in the adapter. Now you got to remember, right, that we also save the URL information of the image that we uploaded to cloud storage to the real-time database. So it's using this URL. We'll be able to show the images in the image view. So first of all, let's just take the URL information that we saved in the database in the onBind view holder, and we'll transfer it to a variable. Val image URL equals user list square brackets position.url. All right, so now let's show the profile photos in the image view using Picasso library in this URL. So it goes like this: picasso.get.load image URL.into holder.adapterBinding.imageView. Now we're also going to show the progress bar to the user until the image is fully displayed in image view. So for this, I want to use the callback interface that comes with the Picasso library here. Very convenient, wouldn't you agree? Object::callback. So please note, though, that this does belong to the Picasso library. All right, so now let's implement the necessary functions. And as you can see, there are two functions, on success and on error. I'm implementing both of them. So if the image is successfully displayed in the image view, then we should make the progress bar invisible. Holder.adapterBinding.progressBar.visibility equals view.invisible. And should there be an error, we can always show a toast message here. For the message, I just want to write (?) message. All right, so that's it. Now let's just run it and test it. So as you can see, the application opens, progress bar appears. Now when the picture is successfully displayed in the image view, the progress bar disappears. Okay, works as expected. All right, so you know what? Just for yucks, why don't we add another user? So I'll click the floating action button, add user activity. And first I want to select an image from the device gallery. So this time I will select Ronaldo, and let's enter all the rest of the info. So we've got the name Ronaldo, age will be 30, email address will be ronaldo@gmail.com, and I'll click the add user button. Cool. So there we have the progress bar, and sure enough, the image and the other information gets saved as well. Not so bad. So the data gets displayed on the recycler view, which was the whole point, right? Very well done. Success, 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 my friends. We've now added an image to cloud storage, and we show that image that we added in our application. So I do want to take another little break here, and when we come back in the next video, we're going to update pictures in the cloud storage. So I want to see you in the next lesson. All right? See you then. All right. Hello, my friends. Tell you what, we're doing really, really well here. Because previously, we learned how to show the image that we added to cloud storage in the application. So now, I want to show you how to update that image, should you have the need, but it's definitely a part of this app that we've been building. So we're going to update an image that we've added into cloud storage. So we will commence. First, we need to change the design of the update user activity. So the design of the update user activity is going to be the same, right, as the design of the add user activity. So you think of what I'm thinking? Let's copy the design code of the add user activity. And then we can paste all this code into the XML code section of the update user activity. All right. So now we just have to edit some IDs and a couple of other things. So this will be update user activity. And we'll let its ID be user update profile image. ID will be edit text update name. This ID will be edit text update age, and then we'll come in here and put this ID to be, what do we have left? Edit text update email. Excellent. Oh, also the text of the button will be, of course, update user. I read your mind there, huh? And lastly, the ID of the progress bar can be progress bar update user. All right, so just like that, the design of the update user activity is now complete. So why don't we just go and write some code? Now, I do want to point something out. Do you remember, when uploading images to cloud storage, we did set a unique ID for each image name. Right, so when we update the image, we'll need the name of the images that we uploaded. Therefore, while registering the user in the database, I will also save the image name. So for this, I need to first create a new constructor parameter in the users class. So we'll open up the users class, add a new parameter in here. So the name of this parameter can be image name. And now let's add this parameter to the add user to database function. And this, of course, is in the add user activity. So image name, :string. Also, we're going to need to add this parameter to create an object from the users class. And finally, we'll have to pass the image name that we obtained here as a parameter to the add user to database function. Okay, so now the name of the image will be saved in the database in addition to the URL information of the image. We'll also be able to successfully update using this image name. Okay, so now while we're sending the user information from the adapter class to the update user activity, we must also send the URL of the image and the image name. So I'll show you how to do that right now. But you might be able to do this on your own, right? Do you remember when the user clicks on any item on the recycler view, the information of the user that they clicked gets sent to the update user activity? So now let's send the URL of the image first, intent.putExtra, and the keyword can be image URL. The data that we'll send will be the image URL, all right? Now let's send the image name, intent.putExtra, and the keyword will be, well, image name. So the data that we will send will be image name. So I write user list square brackets position dot image name. So now let's get this data in the update user activity and print it to the relevant components. So remember, we got the data that we sent in the get and set data function. We printed it on the components. So again, with this function, we'll get the URL information of the image and show it in the image view with the help of the Picasso library. Cool. So let's do all that. Val image URL equals intent.getStringExtra. The keyword was image URL and .toString. So now let's show the image in the image view using the Picasso library. Picasso.get.load image URL .into update user binding .user update profile image. So let's see, why don't we just test it out at this stage? But before we do that, I just want to come in here and delete the data in the database and the images in cloud storage. What? Yeah, because now we're going to save the name of the image to the database, right? We've added an extra bit. So let's just clean it out. Let's clear the storage. And, okay, now let's run and test the application. So you see the application opens. I'm going to add a new user first. I'll choose an image. I'm going to choose this image, and we'll enter the other data. And I'll click Add User. All right, so as you can see, the application's running successfully. But let's see if we can save the name of the image to the database. So I want to refresh the page first. What do you think? You can now see the picture has been uploaded. Let's look at the name of the picture and check if this name is saved in the database. Well, check it out. There's a new child named image name. It's been created in the database, and the value here is the same name as the name of the image. So now I want to go back to the application. So I'll click on the user here. And what are you looking at? No, really, the update user activity opens and the image is displayed in the image view. My friends, there you go. Our application's working really, really well. So we're going to take a short break here, and we will continue with this where we leave off because there's something else I want to show you. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So previously, we sent that data of the user that we want to update to the update user activity. We printed it to the relevant components. So in this video, I want to show you how to do the updating of the data. So what are you waiting for? Let's get to it. All right, so the actions that we're going to take to update the data will be similar to the actions that we took to add the data to begin with. So in order not to take up too much of your time, let's just copy the necessary parameters and functions from the add user activity, and then we can just paste them into update user, okay? So let's go. First of all, I want to copy the objects that we defined in the global area. And I'm pasting the parameters that I copied here. Now let's copy the register activity for result function. So I paste it in the onCreate function. And now I can copy the click listener of the image view. And I'll just paste it in here. Of course, this will be the update user binding. And also, this will be the user update profile image. So now let's copy this choose image function. I'll paste this function in here as well. Of course, there's really no need to ask permission from the user anymore, right? Because the user is already given permission in the add user activity. So this else block will just work directly. Okay, so I'm just going to delete the permission check. So only the code required to open the gallery is going to remain in here. Yeah. All right, so now let's copy the register activity for result function. And I'll paste it in here. We do need to do some import operations. So I'll do this just by pressing Alt-Enter, and that way the necessary classes will be imported. Of course, this will be the update user binding. And also, this will be the user update profile image. All right, so finally, I want to copy the upload photo function. And let's paste that in here too. Yeah, so we've now copied the necessary functions and parameters. Got to make a few changes, but that's cool. So let's get in here and let's think it through. When the user clicks the Update User button, the Upload Photo function will be called, right? Not the Update Data function. If you remember, our algorithm works as follows. First, we were uploading the profile picture to cloud storage. When the upload is successful, the URL and name information of the profile photo and other user information gets saved in the real-time database. So therefore, we should really call the upload photo function when the user clicks the update user function. So I want to fix that first. So we'll make the necessary arrangements for this upload photo function. So when the user clicks on update user, we must cancel the click feature of the button and show the progress bar. So that's why I'm writing update user binding here. And here it will be button update user. And this will be the update user binding. And this will be the progress bar update user. Also, here we will no longer generate a new unique ID for the name of the profile photo, right? Because if we generate a separate ID for the photo to be updated, well, this time a new photo will be saved in the cloud storage along with the old photo. But we don't want that, do we? Our goal here is to update the image that we uploaded to cloud storage. So instead, I will get the image name that I sent from the adapter class. So I write intent.getStringExtra. The keyword was image name. And finally, I write .toString. See, so this way a new name will not be generated for the selected picture. The old name will be used. But I can change the message, and the message can be image updated, right? And now the last change that we're going to make here will be to write the updated data function instead of the add user to database function. Obvi, right? So first of all, we'll need to write the URL and name of the profile photo as a parameter. Image URL : string. Image name : string. Now to update these parameters in the database, Let's add them to the user map here. User map, square brackets, and we save the URL of the picture with a URL name. Do you remember the name here should have been the same as the name of the parameter that you specified in the users class? So that's why I'm typing the URL here. After the equals sign, I write image URL. So now let's update the image name. User map, square brackets, image name equals image name. All right, so we also updated the database. Now, finally, if the write to the database is successful, shouldn't we make the progress bar invisible and make the button clickable? So that's why I'm copying the code here, and I'm pasting it here. And this, of course, will be true, and this will also turn invisible. All right, so yeah, guys, hey, there we go. We've done all the necessary actions to update the data. Now we can run the application and see what it looks like in full-on operation. So application opens. I also want to open Firebase Cloud Storage. Now, did you notice there is currently only one user? So, hey, you know what? Why don't we just go ahead and add a new user first? I'll choose profile picture. Enter the rest of the information. All right, so when you click the Add User button, you see the progress bar appears. Then the picture gets uploaded to cloud storage. And finally, the new user information is written to the database and the main activity is open. Okay? So now what we want to do is refresh the cloud storage page. And as you can see, the new image has been uploaded successfully. So what do you say we update this picture that we added? So I'll click on this user. Update user activity gets opened, and that old data is written to components. So first, let's update the profile photo. Now this time I want to choose this image. Now let's change the other information. Okay. Click update. And hey, there you see the progress bar appears. Image updated message appears. You feeling good? You should be. Now finally, when the data is updated in the database, the main activity opens and the updated information appears on the screen. So let's take a walk on the Firebase side. Let's refresh this page first. And now let's look at the pictures. All right, so what you're looking at is the updated image instead of the old image. And that's what I wanted to show you. That's it. All right. So I do want to check the database. So what you're looking at is there are 2 records and the records are up to date. Okay, my friends? So that's how you update an image that we added to cloud storage. So we'll take a short break here, and next time when we come back, we'll go ahead and delete the picture that we uploaded to cloud storage. A little bit different, but relevant nonetheless. See you in the next video. Well, hello, everybody. Thanks for coming back. Obviously, you want to finish this, right? We're doing some really great work, so thank you for hanging in there. All right, so far, we have learned how to add an image to cloud storage. We show the image that we added in the application, and we know how to update the image. Right? There's only one thing left to do, really, and that is, what if we want to delete the image that we have added to cloud storage? So that's why right now in this video, I want to take a moment, show you how to delete an image that we've added to cloud storage. So why don't we just start it up? Of course, you remember we were doing the deletion and main activity. So let's open main activity first. Okay, we're also using the item touch helper class to delete data. So When the user swipes any item to the left or to the right, we could obtain the position information of the selected user thanks to the Item Touch Helper class. And by using this position information, we were able to delete the relevant user from the database. By first determining the ID of the user we wanted to delete, that is, the user in the selected position, we were also doing ID detection with a function that we wrote in the adapter class. And we were deleting the user belonging to this ID with a remove value function of the real-time database. So now, while deleting the selected user from the database, we will also delete the picture of this user from cloud storage. So for this, we'll just need to use the delete function of cloud storage. So when we call the delete function after we determine the file path of the picture that we want to delete in cloud storage, the related picture is deleted from cloud storage. Okay, so notice we saved the pictures under the images folder and with a unique name. So the images folder is fixed, but the image name changes. And it's for this reason that we must first learn the name of the profile photo of the user that we're trying to delete. Okay, so we're going to do this again in the adapter class, just like we got the ID. Now let's create a function to get the image name. So the name of the function can be getImageName. Why not? Also, this function will take the position parameter. So in other words, we're going to give the position information of the user that we want to delete. And this function will give the name of the profile photo of the user in that position to us. Right, so therefore, this function should return a, let's say it together, string. So I'm typing :string. So inside the function, I'll write return user list, square brackets, position dot image name. See, so this way we will give a position parameter of the type integer to this function. And this function will give the name of the profile photo of the user in that position so that we can use it just the way we need to. So let's call this function inside the onSwiped function of the Item Touch Helper class. Now, just above the toast message, I'll write val image name equals users adapter dot get image name. And I'll write viewholder dot adapter position as a parameter. Now we need to create a reference for the image that we're going to delete. So I will create the necessary objects for the Firebase storage class in the global area. Val Firebase storage : Firebase storage equals Firebase storage dot get instance. Now let's create the reference. Val storage reference : storage reference equals Firebase storage dot get reference. So I can access cloud storage with the storage reference object. Now let's continue with the onSwiped function. I'll create a new variable that will reference the image to be deleted. Val image reference equals storage reference dot child. I will write images inside the parentheses because the photos are under the images folder. Right? Now let's access the photo that will be deleted. .child image name. So the image reference object now represents the image that we want to delete. So now we can just exercise deletion. So here I'll write image reference dot delete, and that's it. Cool? See, so this way we also deleted the profile photo of the user we deleted from the database, from cloud storage, right? Now, why don't we just go ahead and run the application to see it work? Application opens, and there we're currently seeing 2 registered users. So let's also open up cloud storage. And there are also 2 pictures here. So here I'm just going to swipe this user to the right. Okay, so you see the user gets deleted. Now let's refresh cloud storage page. And you seeing what I'm seeing? The profile photo of the user we deleted has also been deleted. So let's go ahead and delete the other user by swiping left. And the user's been deleted and the database is now currently empty. All right, so we're going to refresh cloud storage page once again. And okay, so there are no more profile photos anymore. Well done. We've achieved what we wanted to. That's deleting an image that we added to cloud storage. So another short break here, but next time when we come back, we're going to learn how to delete all profile photos at once. Aha! Sounds like fun, doesn't it? So I want to see you in the next video. All right. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. So we've been going gangbusters here. We've learned how to delete an image that we added in a cloud storage. So it is now time, my friends, to learn how to delete all the images at once. So let's do it. Now, you do remember, right? We were detecting the file path of that picture to delete a picture in cloud storage. If you can remember back that far, I barely can. But we could then create a reference to this file path, yeah, and delete the relevant image with the delete function. But unfortunately, guess what? There is no direct function in cloud storage in order to delete all files at once. But wait, let me explain. Because do you notice? We use a delete function by directly accessing the image itself when deleting any image in cloud storage. But if we want to delete all the images, this time we'll need to delete the images folder. And that's what I'm talking about, right? There is no function to delete a folder directly in cloud storage. In fact, let me just show you that. Now, you got to remember, right, when the user clicks on the options menu in the action bar, they're faced with an option, okay, such as delete all users. Okay, great. Well, if the user clicks on the option, a dialog message appears. If the user clicks a yes button in the dialog, all data in the database gets deleted. Great, right? Therefore, we could write the necessary code here. But first, I want to show you, let's try to delete the images folder in cloud storage. Okay, so here we deleted all the data from the database with a remove value function. Now, just above that, I will first create a reference where I can access the images folder. Val image reference equals storage reference.child images. Now, do you remember we created the storage reference object just in that previous lesson? And it's up here. So let's call the delete function for the images folder image reference.delete. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, so the application opens. Oh, by the way, I didn't try to fool you, but yeah, I just registered 3 users before the lesson. So if there isn't actually a user in your database, that's okay. You can either watch me or add it yourself. You know how. But I'm going to continue. So I'll click on the options menu. I choose the delete all users option. Dialog window opens. Click yes. And currently the data in the database has been deleted. Okay. Now we also expect the images folder in cloud storage to be deleted, don't we? Well, let's check it out. We'll look at the database first. Okay, so there's no data, all deleted. Okay. Now let's look at cloud storage. What do we have here? The images folder's not been deleted, and there's still 3 profile photos in it. And as you can see, while we can delete images one by one from cloud storage, we would not be able to delete any folder directly. So what would you do? There's got to be a solution. Well, there is. It's a simple algorithm, really. we can delete the data in cloud storage all at once, my friends. And I'll just show you. When we go back to Android Studio, I'll show you how to create this algorithm. So first, before we delete anything from the database, I will take the names of the images that we uploaded to the cloud storage and transfer them to an array list. Is that what you were thinking too? Smart minds think alike, don't they? Now, you remember, right? We saved the name of each picture in the database. If you're not thinking ahead, that's okay, right? So here's where we saved the name of each picture. Now, let's access that data in the database first. So for this, I want to use the myReference object that I created above. The myReference object was referencing the myUsers child under the main database. Okay, so we'll continue. myReference.addValueEventListener. And remember, we could get all the data with the addValueEventListener. And now let's override the necessary functions. So in parentheses, I'll write object::value_event_listener. So I'm going to click the light bulb on the left, click Implement Members option, right? There are two functions of the value event listener interface, on data change and on canceled functions. So I'm going to select them, click OK. All right, so functions are now implemented, and I'll do the necessary operations in the on data change function. So first, I want to get all users in order with a for loop. We have already done this process to show the data in Recycler view, right? So we can copy the necessary code directly from there. And that's enough to choose right up to here. And I'll copy all that. And I can just paste all that code in here. Now, let's add a curly brace to close the for loop. I'm also deleting the codes inside the if statement. Because, yeah, if you remember, the users in the database were being passed to the user variable, right? And we could easily access all the data that we saved in the database using this user variable. So for that reason, we can easily transfer the names of the profile photos of all the users to an array list. Makes sense, huh? So first, we'll create a new array list in the global area. Val image name list equals array list. All right, so this array list will be of the type string. Now, because we save the image names as strings, you got to remember that. Now, let's transfer the image names to this array. Inside the if statement, I'll write imageNameList.add. And I'll write user.imageName in parentheses. See, so now the names of all the profile photos are added to the image name list array. So now we can go ahead with the deletion. So after deleting the data in the database, after we know that that's successful, we can then go ahead and delete the images in cloud storage. So we're going to do those necessary operations inside the if statement here. Yeah, so first I will create a for loop here, access all the elements in the array in order for image name in image name list. Now, let's cut the code here and move them here. All right, so currently the image reference object represents the images folder, but we need to access the photos in the images folder. So therefore I write .child at the end of this line of code. I'll write the image name here in parentheses. Thus this for loop will work as many times as there are images in the cloud storage, and each time it runs, the images will be deleted sequentially. All right, so now let's have a look. Fingers crossed. Ha! You don't need any crossed fingers. You got the algorithm, dude. All right, let's run it and watch it work. The application opens. Of course, the database is empty right now, so I'm going to stop screen recording here and just quickly add some new users. All right, so there we go. I've added 3 users into the database, so let's check the cloud storage before deleting the data. I'll refresh this page, and as you can see, there is the images folder and the 3 images in this folder. So now let's delete the data via the app. Click on Delete All Users. I'll click the Yes button. All the data in the database has now been deleted. Let's check that cloud storage. And I'm refreshing the page. And look at that. As you can see, all the profile photos have been deleted successfully. So my friends, fantastic work. Thank you for sticking with it. We've learned how to add data to both database and cloud storage, show the data that we added in the application, update it, and delete that data. I know it's going to be useful for you here on out, but practice, play around, and really design it to the hilt. It's all yours now. Take it away, my friends. See you next time.